Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Anaheim Elementary School District October 8th board meeting. I am ASD Board President Juan Gabriel Alvarez, and I call this meeting to order at 5 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in person and by means of live video broadcast on our Anaheim Elementary YouTube channel for members of the public. Spanish interpretation of the board meeting is available to attendees. Para español puede conectarse por teléfono de la siguiente manera. Llame al 402-523-0306. Cuando se le pida, introduzca el PIN o la clave 559-886-518 y la tecla numeral. Any member of the public has the opportunity to address the board in person during the agendized public session, comment session by 6:30 p.m. Let's begin with roll call. To my right, we're Board Member Alva Alvarez.
Present.
Board Member Julie Yip.
Present.
Board Member Ryan Relis.
Hello.
Board Clerk Jackie Philbeck.
Present.
And Board President Juan Alvarez, present. Let's moving on to item 1B, public speakers for closed session agenda items. We do have one speaker, Mr. Mark Lopez.
Accusation, there is a confession. Sometimes before a politician gains power, they wax poetic about their principled philosophy of governance, how they represent their constituents, and so on. Unfortunately, once they take the reins of power, they use the levers of government to their own ends. They sometimes upend and dismantle the system of government that is working fine and without widespread issues to satisfy perhaps their own ego. I'm not referring to the US president, but rather the AESD president, Juan Alvarez. It's frustrating to listen to board members' self-righteousness and mental gymnastics to rationalize what they say and do that contradict other things they say and do, often running headfirst into a wall of irony without even realizing it. For example, the board president mentioned professional courtesy as an important practice at the end of the last meeting. My question is, where is the professional courtesy to your superintendent who has not had any action taken on his contract with well less than a year remaining? Trustee Relis agendized an item regarding the superintendent for public discussion at the last board meeting, another example of leadership from the president lacking. Despite this, the item is not agendized in open session. Juan Alvarez's own words expose and convict him of hypocrisy. At the August 29th, 2024 special board meeting, which I attended, about 10 minutes of time was dedicated to the topic of placing items on a future agenda. Don't take my word for it. Listen to Trustee Juan Alvarez himself at 1 hour and 23 minutes in. I encourage everyone to watch this meeting. In any case, I encourage everyone to rewatch the meeting at about 1 hour and 23 minutes in. Juan Alvarez's foreshadowing of his own actions and concern about being blocked out as a member of a board minority because other board members have a different agenda when there's a change in board membership makes one wonder if he realizes his statements are recorded and posted online. Again, in every accusation, there is a confession. There has been a lot of discussion at the dais over the years about capturing stakeholder input, ensuring surveys are in different formats and languages, available in all possible locations, and obtaining as much feedback as possible from all stakeholders. But the individuals who spoke here a couple of months ago in support of Superintendent Chavarria are parents who didn't need to be tracked down. Their opinions didn't need to be shaken out of them. They were here actively, freely providing their support. So please follow your own professed standard of transparency, listen to your constituents, and represent them publicly and according to your own supposed principles that you had mentioned at the special meeting by also supporting Mr. Chavarria, unless you believe the parents themselves are not advocating in the best interest of their kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, item 2, adjournment to closed session. The board will adjourn to discuss the following items: public employment, disciplinary dismissal release, conference with labor negotiator, public employee performance evaluation, conference with legal counsel. Do I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
So motioned.
Motion by Alvarez. Alvarez.
Second.
Second, Yip. Any discussion? All right, all in favor to move to closed session, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Let's move on to closed session.
Test.
With 11 bowling nights, you know. Testing, testing. Okay. Testing, testing. Good evening. Good evening. No, it's all right. It's all right. Testing, testing. See, they need to be pretty close. Testing. Okay. Is that okay? Yeah, I think that works. Okay. I'll try to speak loud. No. Well, I can, because I'm going to probably move out while people come. So you can just leave it right here.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Anaheim Elementary School District October 8th board meeting. I'm AESD Board President Juan Gabriel Alvarez, and I call this meeting to order at 6:42 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in person and by means of live video broadcast on our Anaheim Elementary YouTube channel for members of the public. Spanish interpretation of the board meeting is available to attendees. Para español puede conectarse por teléfono de la siguiente manera. Llame al 402-523-0306. Cuando se le pida, introduzca el PIN o la clave 559-886-518 y la tecla numeral. Let's begin with the flag salute. We have our superintendent, Jesse Chavarria. Okay, on to our introductions and roll call. Starting to my right, we have Board Member Alvarez,
Good evening, everybody.
Board Member Julie Yip,
Good evening, everyone.
Board Member Ryan Relis,
Aloha.
Board Clerk Jackie Philbeck.
Hello and welcome, everyone.
I'm Board President Juan Alvarez. To my left, we have our Superintendent, Jesse Chavarria.
Good evening, everyone.
We have Dina Melland, the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening.
Dr. Yadira Moreno, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services.
Good evening, everyone.
Matthew Slusser, our Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services.
Good evening.
Belinda Gordillo is to my right, our Communications Coordinator.
Good evening, everyone.
Also to my right, we have Yesenia Mancha, our Senior Administrative Assistant.
Good evening, everybody.
And in the back, we have our interpreters, Alina Avila Garcia and Yasmin Anaya. And also we have our technology support. We have Carrie Robertson, Tony Rincon, I think in the back, and Ivan Valencia here in the front. Thank you, everybody, for your support. We're going to move on to a report of closed session action taken. I have one item to report. On a vote of 5-0, the Board of Education took action in closed session to authorize filing a legal action against Balfour Beatty. Okay. All right, let's move on to the adoption of agenda. Let's note, please, that item 4A was removed at the request of administration. The recognition under that item will take place at the November board meeting. And also, we'd like to note that under the consent calendar, item 82.A, there was a clerical oversight. Trustee Ryan Relis' name was not included in the synopsis, but he will be joining Trustee Alva Alvarez and Jackie Philbeck at the OCSBA/AXA joint dinner meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So motion.
Second.
Okay, moved by A. Alvarez, second by Relis. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of approving adopting the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, on to special order of business. The AOSEF donation, James Kelly, AOSEF President, and Bob Gardner, and AOSEF Treasurer. Come on up, guys. Hey, Bob.
Get you started. All right, welcome board and cabinet. Thank you very much for having the Anaheim Outdoor Science Education Foundation here tonight. We wanted to come in tonight to talk about all of our accomplishments, and I wanted to start with Bob Gardner's going to go ahead and start talking.
Good evening. We would like to begin by thanking and congratulating Superintendent Chavarria, the Cabinet, and the Board of Trustees for your commitment to fund outdoor education through the LCAP process. It has long been the belief and mission of the Anaheim Outdoor Science Education Foundation that outdoor science education should be an integral and permanent component of the curriculum. Your landmark funding of the outdoor science education has accomplished that and has eliminated the need for our organization. We are here tonight to celebrate the accomplishments of the partnership between AESD and AOSEF, emphasize the importance of outdoor education, and after 36 years, make our final donation to you. I would like to begin by introducing our current and now outgoing board. Please rise when I call your name. Of course, we have our president, Jim Kelly, Debbie Kelly, Valerie Valencia, Liz Cheney, Megan Brown, and I serve as treasurer. Bonnie Wong's not here, is she? Okay. We are also pleased to have a number of former members with us this evening, and this is a lot of history and a lot of legend from the history of the Anaheim Elementary School District, and we're proud to have these people. So if you could each, when I call your name, Mary Alice Blanchard, Susan Brown, Sam Castellano. Oh, I left off our board Megan Brown. Did I call Megan Brown? Okay. All right, so I'm back to Sam Castellano, Jackie Davidson, Loretta Davis, Ginny Gardner, Laura Gore, Dr. Julianne Hofer, Kathy Hughes, Julie Klinkenberg, Yesenia Mancha, Susie McMasters, Donna Merritt, Myron Okamoto, Dan Robertson, Cheryl Robinson, Patsy Tafoya, Rick Tafoya, Claire White, Andrea Manis, Barbara Nichols, Sandra Jefferson, Rosa Lopez. Did I get everybody? Are we okay? Oh, Laura Hegdahl. Most of these people were employees of AESD. They were not only committed and hardworking members of AOSCF, but they all, to a person, were rock stars in their day jobs at AESD. The fact they were all known for the highest standards of excellence and success. Their involvement in AOSCF, above and beyond their brilliant work with the district, is all you need to know about their commitment to AESD and the children of Anaheim. And now I'd like to turn it over to Jim, who's going to, oh no, I got one more thing to do. Next slide, please. We have a brief timeline. In 1974, the County Department of Education started outdoor ed, and 4 Anaheim schools attended. They were Jefferson and Sunkist and Juarez and Barton. And they attended, and they had to pay the astonishing cost of $65 for a week. But they had to pay the full price. There was no fundraising going on. There was, you either went or you didn't go. Over the next few years, a few more schools joined, the ones that could afford it, and the price started inching up. So finally, schools started implementing fundraisers to offset the price and to allow schools in lower income areas to attend. But it was becoming a them and us situation. There were schools that could afford to go and schools that couldn't go. So the need for AOSCF was clear. In the late 80s, a science curriculum specialist, the late Roger Reiki, began working to form a nonprofit. He recruited 3 teachers, Dan Robertson, Susan Brown, and myself, and he recruited Administrator Loretta Davis and Principal, the late Joyce Holmes. With a former ASD teacher and former current board member at the time, Jeannie Blackwell, handled all our legal work, and we were born in September of 1989. That was the beginning of AOSCF. More notable dates in 1989, so we were nonprofit then. In 91, we were recognized as a United Way organization, and employees could then start donating to us through their paychecks. And then in 94, we had our first of our 26 legendary golf tournaments. And I will tell you that from get-go, and I knew nothing about golf tournaments or golf, but I can tell you that when I was sitting out at the hole-in-one hole and all the teams would come through, because I had to verify if they got the hole-in-one for the prize, we were told from day one what a great tournament we were, and that was this committee. That was these people that figured out, and we showed up out of the gate hearing from the veteran golfers how strong we were, so that was awesome. And then in 1995, the county found an anonymous donor who started sending whole schools to outdoor ed, or 6th grades, for no cost. But there was only 1 or 2 schools per district. Susan Brown, who was our president at the time, negotiated with the county, and we agreed to go for half price, for a half discount, and she got 15 Anaheim schools put on the rolls for the anonymous donor, and that was big. And then by 2000, Susie wouldn't let up, and by 2000, all but 1 school had been added to the anonymous donor. And then in 2001 was a really big year. By 2001 was a big year because that was finally when we got all 24 schools to outdoor ed. It was a long fight. Also, 2001 was when the district offered us payroll deduction, which was awesome and really, really helped us. And then in 2007 was a big time. We'd been struggling and we'd been working, and the money that we had raised was not enough, so we only allowed schools to give any grants from us to be individual scholarships for kids. We wouldn't let them use it to lower the cost of school outdoor camp for the whole school because it would only be $2 or $3, and we didn't think that was meaningful. But by 2007, good times had come, and now it was time to loosen the straps. And so the principals now had, when they got their grants, they could use it to lower the cost for every kid in their 6th grade, or they could order it for some and keep a little for individual scholarships for the kids that needed help. And the other thing that we provided that most districts did not have, but because of the foundation, there is a law that you cannot charge kids. If you charge kids to go do something, you can't leave anybody behind because they can't afford it. And a lot of districts, I think, violated that, but ours didn't because we had the foundation. We had the foundation so that every principal could honestly say that if a kid didn't go, they chose not to go because we had provided the funds. And then I'll let Jim now take us into the culture of the district and fundraising.
Thank you, Bob. And as you can see over the many years by the pictures here on the walls, a few of them, and all the wonderful past people we have here, we've had an outstanding and memorable culture in the district. Looking at some of the fundraising we've done, we've started back a long time ago in the 90s. We had started with a dog show that we had. Along with that, we had an art auction where we raised over $3,500. We had car raffles, pancake breakfasts on Saturdays, casino nights, if anybody remembers those 2 casino nights we had, those were awesome. Then we had the bowling nights, and there was nothing more fun than twice a year, and we have the trophy here, of going out to concourse and having a great time with our staff and having a wonderful bowling night, and it was fun. And then along with the memorable golf tournaments that we had, that we raised over almost $450,000. You can see some of the pictures here from the dog show. And then you see some of the staffs having a great time. Notice the shirts that they made to represent their entire school and their staff to come and have a great time. If you remember back when we did the bowling, sometimes staffs would show up an hour or 2 before the bowling started to decorate their lane. And that was fun in itself. And then you'll see some of the bowling pictures we have here. Of course, there was always some of us that didn't know, golf pictures we had here, excuse me. And as you know, some of us weren't always that good at golfing, and then we had some teams that were like professionals at golfing. So we always had a great time, and we had our MCs that we would have come to speak for the group be our MC, pass out awards, and there we go. And we had some of these awesome angels that past and present at that time came out to be our MC. You'll see Jose Mota there, Rod Carew, Mickey Hatcher, along with, you'll see there Bobby Gritch and Mark Langston, and then of course you can't ever forget, last but not least, Clyde Wright. And along with that,
Whose kids went to outdoor ed with Anaheim?
yep, and went to school, and yeah, went to school in Anaheim, yeah. And then you'll see some of our community partners that we've always had helping us, whether it being the Anaheim Ducks, Disneyland, the Anaheim Chamber of Commerce, Chamber of Commerce Women's Auxiliary, and if you might remember a long time ago in the early 2000s, we did the Westfield Shopping, where you would buy a ticket and get a chance to go in to visit stores after they closed and get a discount. And so we raised a lot of money from that as well. All right, and then I'm going to pass it back over to you, Bob.
The engine that propelled AOSF was always the employees. When we qualified as a United Way agency, employees jumped on it, authorizing monthly payroll deduction. But when the district approved and encouraged payroll deduction to AOSF, that was a game changer. Because United Way typically took about 22% of each pledge for overhead. But since AOSF was an all-volunteer organization with an overhead of about 2%, which was only postage, office supplies, and government fees, virtually every dollar employees donated to AOSF was straight to scholarships. Of course, almost all of the AOSF board members were donors, but it went way beyond that, as we typically had between 125 to 150 donors. Classified, certificated, and administrative employees diverting their hard-earned salaries to benefit the children their jobs served. And that was and we did pretty well, except every time you guys had an incentive, a retirement incentive, that would kind of hit us. And so you can see there, over the years, we raised over, and these are minimum amounts, we raised over $260,000 in payroll deduction, and that many employees. It was always about the employees. Okay, now we're ready for the next one. Well, and the other thing was, we had money, this district helped us in every way they could, from the office staff to in HR. HR was selling lanyards for us. When the employees would get their new ID badges, they'd come in and the HR people would sell them lanyards, and we'd raise about $300 a year from that. For many years. Between these two buildings, there was a Coke machine, and all the profits went to us. In this building, there was a frozen yogurt machine, and all of those proceeds went to us. And then when we had staff development days all at one place, like you just had this past Monday, we would sell cookies and make about $600 or $700 at that. So it was always. And it was just, we had so much support from, it was just a unified thing. But that we say we're more than scholarships. There were other problems or other things. We were advocacy as well. In about 2008, the district lost the ability to provide busing. And so we stepped in. We were able to help several schools find alternative ways to fund to pay for the buses, so they didn't have to pass the cost on to kids. We had reimbursement for lost luggage. District was reticent to announce their liability for any lost luggage. It only happened 3 or 4 times over all the years. And rather than get into an argument between the county and district about whose fault the lost luggage was, we would step in, work with the parents, and we would compensate them for it. And everyone, we were generous with our compensation, so no one felt they got a bad deal, and they weren't bitter about losing the luggage. And we donated sleeping bags. Lunch. When we found out that the county was getting reimbursement for our free and reduced lunch kids. We said, whoa, wait a minute, then our kids, that's double dipping, so we need the price lowered for our kids. And they said, okay, but then that meant they would only give that low price to the free and reduced kids, and we didn't want the principals to have a situation of kids at the same school that had different prices based on, so then we rushed in and we paid for all the lunch reimbursement for the kids that did not qualify for free and reduced lunch, so we were able to lower the cost for all the kids and keep it nice and even. Those are the kinds of things that we did. We had AB 1948, which we helped lobby our local assemblyman for. It was a one-time thing, and we filled out we were the ones that sent the application in, and we were able to get $32,000 that we distributed to our schools for outdoor ed that one year. And so we had lots of, there's lots that we did. In June of 2014, after all the principals had sent in their letters saying they were reserving a spot in outdoor ed, the county pulled outdoor ed, which left us in a lurch. Susan Brown and Laura Gore heard a rumor that they were giving away, taking all of the science materials at the 4 or 5 outdoor ed campuses and taking them to the Goodwill. With that information, we called them and said, hey, look, we're a nonprofit. Will you donate the stuff to us? And they said, this was a Tuesday. They said, yes, but it has to be gone by Thursday. So we got a couple high school kids to help us. We rented a truck. We rented a storage space in Mentone. We went up there and we grabbed 9 6-foot-long telescopes. We grabbed hundreds of galoshes, rock hammers, goggles, backpacks, microscopes, instant outdoor ed. And then Susie and Laura stepped up. The huge courage. They stepped up, formed their own school and found a site, and then they became the outdoor ed for us. And so it was and then we came close. It was difficult coming back from COVID, and the district came close to canceling outdoor ed in December when it looked like there wasn't going to be enough staff to do all the schools, but AOSEF got Dr. Grace and Mr. Downing to meet with Laura and Susan, and we proposed something that was a kind of a compromise thing, and that's what kept camp alive. And for the 2023 year, camp went on and survived. So those are the things that we do besides just give kids scholarships. Finally, if I can, throwing it all on the ground didn't help. What you've heard tonight is a story of advocacy, problem solving, commitment, teamwork, partnership, and dedication. If you take anything away from this presentation, I hope it's 2 things. First, I hope everybody recognizes the special gifts of the AASD employees whose careers you are the guardians of. Across all departments and occupations, they were key to the success of AOSEF, participating, donating, and supporting. AOSEF's main role was facilitators that channeled the resources the employees provided to help our kids. What all of us shared was a commitment and a loyalty to the children of Anaheim. And I feel you as a board and a cabinet are blessed to work with them. I hope the second takeaway is the importance of outdoor education. There is a reason all these people behind me worked so hard and gave so much of themselves. We believe that outdoor science provides educational, emotional, and social growth for our kids. We also believe our program was good for our planet. In a time when some discard the truth of science and our climate is changing at a rapid pace, the need for solid instruction, experiences, and learning in the life sciences has never been more crucial. AOSEF not only assisted children attending outdoor science school, but helped grow the program and to include all Anaheim schools. It has been a long journey, but with your funding of the program, we have reached the summit. Our work is done now, and we entrust our legacy to you. Outdoor education is an investment in the future well-being of our kids and an investment in our planet. Now I would like to call Assistant Superintendent Matt Slusser up to the microphone, please. So in January, we gave Mr. Slusser a check for $30,400, which was distributed to all 24 schools for the principals to use to increase attendance, because there are still kids that say no. So whatever they could do in incentives or parent meetings or babysitters for parent meetings, whatever they needed, we wanted them to use that money. And so Mr. Slusser distributed that to them in January. And then we've just kept some money around to pay government fees and those. And so now, as we close out Anaheim Outdoor Science Education Foundation, we have to clear out the safe deposit box. So we're presenting to the Anaheim Elementary School District a check for $3,000 and to use as you guys, whatever best benefits our kids, and we thank you for that. And as it says over there, it says consisting, we guess on the 30,000, we think it's more. And the 1.3 million is more. It's well above that. But it has been an honor to serve you. But I'd like to turn it back over to Jim now.
Thank you very much for allowing us to come and talk about our accomplishments tonight. We really appreciate it. We're sad to be ending, but team, everyone, mission accomplished. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. You want to who you want to roll up? Come on up, you guys.
We have some words to say to you guys. If you want to have a seat, we'll talk. Don't leave yet, please.
I mentioned to a couple of your members that as a student of Anaheim Elementary back in the 1900s, my elementary school was not one of the first ones I was able to attend outdoor ed. And I was really sad about that because my family would talk about their experiences and I was really looking forward to it. And then my daughter was in Anaheim Elementary and I thought she's going to get to go to outdoor ed, and then COVID happened. So she didn't get to go either, right? So I volunteer as tribute if anybody needs a volunteer to go up for a week with the kiddos to experience that. But I am so grateful for your organization and for everything that you've done to make outdoor ed and science and camping accessible to so many of our families who may not otherwise have had that opportunity. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I'm a baby on this board, but I'm so grateful for the work. And watching the pictures and looking at everything, it just warmed my heart. And the impact that you've made is going to last for many, many, many years beyond what the work that you've done. And I can guarantee that some of the kids' best memories of school is going to be that week at outdoor ed. So thank you for making that happen for all of them.
I just want to say that I guess once a teacher, always a teacher. And I love that how you make nature the next teacher for all these students. So thank you for inspiring and continue inspiring all of us too as we serve our community. Thank you so much.
I went to outdoor ed, and it was truly, truly the best experience that I had throughout my entire elementary school years. And as a matter of fact, in preparation for this last Monday's PD, they were filming some of us and asking us to reflect on what is it about elementary, you know, that you loved. And my whole thing was outdoor ed. That was by far the best. For individuals like myself, someone who truly was never allowed to spend the night at anybody's house. My parents were always like, they can come spend the night here. When I told them I was going away to college, they were like, no, you're not. Yeah, no, I was. It really meant a lot because truthfully, this was, I'm pretty sure that this was the first time I ever was able to sleep somewhere else other than my own home. And it's a big deal. You make a lot of friends. You connect with nature. You've learned these crazy camp songs that you've only heard about on TV shows. But really, it sticks with you. And I love, even to this day, in my mid 40s, I still love the outdoor ed. I love going outdoors, hiking, camping, all that good stuff. And in regards to another thing I'm really going to miss, it's not necessarily the golf tournament. I'm not much of a golfer, but I really rocked those receptions quite a bit. The luncheons were awesome, and I loved those silent auctions. I was like the king of the silent auctions. It was good stuff. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you've done for all of our families and students here in Anaheim. Thank you.
I'll just tag on to that and say, I'm trying to think of the biggest way to say thank you, and there just aren't enough words to express the impact that you've made on thousands of lives and the work and the dedication that it took to do that. And you stayed strong, and all at the heart of it was making sure that every child had an opportunity to experience this. My kids went, and it's just, you've really shown us over the years that it can be done. And when you work together, and it takes a village, but you guys did it. And so thank you so much. I'm grateful for everything that you put into the lives of these students, and for the compassion and kindness that you showed, and you found the ways through when there were some, roadblocks. You found the ways through that so all the kids could experience. And I also have a couple of special messages because Dr. Mary Grace could not be here this evening. She wasn't feeling well, and she wanted to just express a big hello to everyone and thank you and congratulations on years and years of such amazing work. And also Belen Garcia, who was part of it and had wanted to come down but couldn't, and definitely wanted me to share. One of her fondest memories is being in a Walmart the night before the bus was leaving or something, and I think it was really late, and she said she was frantically trying to buy some things, and there was Mr. Gardner buying sleeping bags, as many as he could get his hands on, and they ran into each other, and she's never forgotten that, Bob, that, you know, you were out there just, it's those little extras. It wasn't just about the fundraising and all that. It was about, wait a minute, in this moment, what is needed? And you took care of it. Thank you so much for everything that you've contributed and brought to this district over, how many years was it? 36 years. God bless each and every one of you. We're grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, when I look out here and I see you all, I'm thinking about this is what community looks like. This is one of the greatest shows of advocacy and connection between educators and the people they know to come together to do right by our kids and our families. And so there's nothing we can do to thank you. There's nothing. So just saying thank you is not enough. I'm just thinking about like multiple generations of children that you've touched based on just making sure that you reached out and found these resources for them. So thank you so much for doing that. I'm also thinking about my own child who's going to benefit from outdoor ed next year. I have a 5th grader at Horace Mann Elementary, and so thank you for starting the legacy and continuing the work and making it work and fundraising and getting it going and maintaining it, so that we can take on the reins and keep it going, right? So we would not be here without you all, and our children would not be continuing this type of education. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, that's it. Thank you, guys. Okay, we're going to move on to news and updates. First, do we have PTA President Maritza Bermudez out there somewhere? Am I missing her? Okay, all right. Moving on to, there's no association updates. We're moving on to district. Oh, wait. Oh, they do? Okay. Oh, come on up. Cindy Timoti, come on up. With AEA.
Great. Can we close the doors, maybe? Thank you. Okay, good evening. I would like to take this opportunity to address the board and speak once again about the performance evaluation of Superintendent Jesse Chavarria. While I am very aware that closed session items are confidential, as an educational partner of this district, I'm wondering why his evaluation is on the agenda for closed session again. Jesse and his cabinet have worked tirelessly to improve and enhance the values, beliefs, and priorities of our community and our district as a whole. They have very clearly proven themselves to be a fantastic team of leaders for AESD. This fantastic team continues to exhibit open, responsive communication and foster productive interactions with the multiple employee groups of this district. Their positive and professional approaches expand beyond just the immediate district, impacting members of the entire Anaheim community at large. From operational leadership, policy implementation, district management, strategic guidance, and communication, Jesse and his cabinet continue to be effective leaders who are taking our district where it needs to go, translating a vision into reality, where all students not only succeed, but thrive. Jesse's contract was approved at the June 12, 2024 board meeting and states that on or before June 30 of each fiscal year beginning in 2025, the contract may, at the governing board's sole discretion, be extended for an additional fiscal year, subject to the superintendent receiving a satisfactory performance evaluation by the governing board, and that any such extension shall require action by the governing board. Jesse's performance evaluation has been on the closed session agendas for March, April, May, June, September, and again today. For 6 months now, there has been conversation regarding his performance evaluation, yet a public report of any sort has not been given. I am once again encouraging the board to share a report of some sort during open session regarding this matter. I firmly believe that the work Jesse and his cabinet are doing on a daily basis, with both long and short-term goals in mind, are all strategically focused on our district's LCAP goals, which have all been approved by this school board. If these are not indeed the goals that I can only presume Jesse's performance evaluation is being based on, not only is he meeting these goals, he is exceeding them as our superintendent, hence fulfilling the required satisfactory performance evaluation that is stated in the very contract that you signed with him. Thank you for your time, attention, and sincere consideration of what I have said last month and tonight. I look forward to hearing a report on extending Superintendent Jesse Chavarria's contract at next month's board meeting, because we didn't get a report again tonight.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on to district news and updates. Belinda Gordillo, Communications Coordinator, will present on district news and updates.
Hey, good evening, Board of Education, Cabinet, and Community. My name is Belinda Gordillo, and I'm going to be sharing the district news and updates. So first, we want to congratulate Patrick Henry. They celebrated recently for having the most improved attendance for the month of September. So students were able to celebrate with sweet treats provided by the district office. So congratulations, and way to go, Patrick Henry. And then on September 25th, Patrick Henry broke ground on their new campus with nearly 200 guests that participated. We had student performances, we had remarks from our board president, superintendent, assistant superintendent, principal, and community officials, Ms. Rubalcaba. And we also had a lot of city officials that joined us that day. So it was a really great moment for everybody. We want to thank our administrative services team for putting together this great event, and we look forward to seeing the updates for Patrick Henry. And this month is National Principal Appreciation Month, so we want to thank all of our principals across the district. We have 23 at schools, and one is a roving, so we want to thank each and every one of them for their leadership, care, and taking care of our students, and the impact they make every day for our schools. And then October 2nd, we want to also recognize our amazing custodians across the district through our schools and our district office. Each school did a little something for their custodians, and we really want to tell them that we value their work, their care, and just how they make our schools shine every day, keeping everything safe for our students. And then on October 3rd, Roosevelt Elementary held its mid-autumn event, and it celebrated the event with food for the kids that are in the Mandarin program. They were able to do arts and crafts. We had all of the parents came and joined us as well. So it was a great morning, and it was a great way for kids to learn more about the culture as well. And these kids were singing songs in Mandarin, and a lot of them, I mean, I've seen them grow now over the last 2 years, and a lot of them are just like fluent, just speaking the language. So it was so great to celebrate with them that morning. And then in the evening, our Jefferson School had a Korean DLI Chuseok Harvest Festival, which is like a Thanksgiving. And so this event, they had music, arts and crafts. We had the community come out, dressing in their traditional attire. And it was a great way to also bring the Korean culture for kids to learn and to immerse themselves. So thank you very much also to Jefferson Elementary and also our dual language Immersion Academy staff that went to both events, morning and evening, to also support. And then on October 6th, this past Monday, we had an amazing staff development day. We had over 2,000 staff members from across all of our schools and district office that came together at the convention center. So we do want to thank the convention center for letting us host our event there. And we had opening remarks from our board president and warm welcome also from our superintendent. And we had a great keynote speaker. His name was Kevin Bracey. And so it was a really fun day. You'll see in the pictures, myself, I was just really motivated while I was there and when I left, and I still feel very grateful for this wonderful event. So I do want to thank the Board of Education for supporting this. I know a lot of staff really found value in this. Our superintendent also for helping to coordinate this event. And we had a number of volunteers that were behind the scenes. So big shout out to DES. They did so much. And transportation, huge task to get every single employee over there. There was so many buses that, had to be coordinated. And so not just that, but we did have a lot of volunteers from setup and planning, and it really took a village. So thank you to everyone for that. And then this morning, it was walk, ride, or roll to school day. Not like roll, but roll on a bike or a wheelchair or scooters. I mean, I saw all sorts of things. I passed by a few schools, and we had Anaheim Police Department. They joined every single school, and every single school participated. And so some kids that normally don't walk, they did. And so the police was there to keep everybody safe, and they were just taking care of our kids and talking to our families. And then every single principal took the time to coordinate this event within their school. So it's a yearly event that we do. It's a lot of fun, and it was a great way to start our morning today. So thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions? No. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to public speakers. Speakers on agenda or non-agenda items. We have Mr. Mark Lopez. Mr. Lopez, you have 3 minutes. How the cards work.
All right, good evening. First, I want to say, Trustee Dipp, my condolences on the loss of your family member. I agree that compassion should be exhibited whenever interacting with others, regardless of someone's circumstances, because you never know what's going on in someone's life. And I say this as someone who also experienced the untimely passing of a loved one about 7 months ago in March. It's very sad. It's still surreal. And incidentally, it was also around the same time that I was being censured by this board, called unethical, not transparent, and the like, by a majority here of the board, including yourself, Ms. Yip. So I personally don't have a recollection of experiencing compassion at that time in my conversations with some of my former colleagues. And while I'm glad the board president and clerk have discovered a newfound appreciation for compassion and being human, as the president called it, since then, I was informed at the time that Government Code 1099 is very clear on what the law states and should be followed without exception. Therefore, that same logic and standard should apply for all government and education codes. In this case, Education Code 35-120 clearly prescribes a process, just like I was told Government Code 1099 does. And in reality, it's really a simple remedy, although I'm glad to see items 9A.3 through 9A.7 retroactively compensating board members. A name that is notable for not being listed on the agenda is Mark Lopez. Because Juan Alvarez mentioned my name at the last meeting regarding attendance as a point of personal privilege, I just wanted to reiterate that I did never miss a meeting. I did, however, on April 10th, 2019, attend the closed session leaving during the open session. At the next meeting on May 14th, 2019, there was a remuneration resolution for it, which is the way the process is supposed to work. For some reason, the previous superintendent, who some board members here may believe walked on water, discontinued the practice established under state law and the board's own bylaws. When I noticed this unenforced policy should be enforced, I was perplexed that rather than recognizing the need to comply with the law, the president seemingly preferred to change the board's bylaws, taking the less transparent option and approach, all while publicly boasting about transparency and ethics. Just like employees in the district have bereavement leave, the same principle applies for board member time off during hardship. But as a public agency, it must be documented. Teachers and staff who attend conferences during the workday must log their hours because public dollars must be accounted for. Otherwise, you'd find employees at an amusement park, for example, instead of at a conference. I appreciate that some board members attend more ceremonial events than others, as Clerk Philbeck mentioned, but again, that is irrelevant to what the law states. It is based on meetings attended, and only the open session portion at that. So let's follow the law and not muddle the issue with immaterial facts or have any double standards in our policies. Thank you very much for your time, and I just want to reiterate Ms. Timothy's comments regarding Jesse Chavarria. In terms of transparency, ethics, and good governance, I think it would be important to bring that item back publicly. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the superintendent's report. Superintendent's report, an opportunity for the superintendent to share matters on special interest or importance that are not on the board agenda and or special presentations of the district programs or activities.
Good evening, Board President Alvarez, members of the board, and community. I have just a couple of slides this evening, just a quick report. And as you know, this year, our goal is to acknowledge, celebrate, recognize, and show our employees how much we value them. So we continue with the superintendent shout out. You just see a picture there of some recent recipients. Every week I get to go and celebrate 2 or 3 individuals or groups or teams. We also see there the Golden Compass Award, the 3 recipients at the leadership team meeting 2 weeks ago. They received this award for exemplifying what we want in our leadership team members. And then we continue our employee spotlight every week in our superintendent newsletter. You see there kindergarten teacher, DLI teacher at Revere Nayeli Lagunas being recognized or being spotlighted. I know Ms. Gordillo talked to you about the Staff Development Day, but I just wanted to reaffirm very high energy event, right? A lot of positive feedback. And the whole point of it was a message of appreciation for all of our staff. I do want to thank the board that was there present. President Alvarez, thank you for your welcome to the staff. And board members, trustees Yep, Alvarez, Jackie Philbeck, loved the dancing. And I think everybody enjoyed it as well, seeing you guys get down with some of those songs. And Ms. Alvarez, it seemed like you knew every single song. It was pretty obvious, right? But very important, the message that Kevin Bracey was, saying to staff. And one thing that resonated with me, and today when I was with the parents over at Irvine Park, I kind of explained to them, what resonated with me, what Kevin said was this: we worry so much about the charge in our phones that when it's down to 5, 10%, we're like, oh my God, what do I do? But when we ourselves are down to 10, 5%, how do we recharge? And I told the parents, I love the fact that they were there on this trip in nature, because that's the way to recharge. Enjoy that nature. And so this is the message that I give to everybody, including our board. Look for those opportunities, because life can beat us, right? And make us, that charge go from 80 to sometimes 10%, but we're looking for those opportunities. So I appreciated Kevin's message, and I know it resonated with a lot of people. And this is the comment that I really love from somebody that told me, Jesse, Kevin was so amazing. He never gave me an opportunity not to be listening or engaged. So that's why I think everybody was so energized and how everybody really loved it. I didn't get a chance to thank this individual, and I see him here today, Alex Ramirez. Alex, when we had our committee, when we asked Alex, we need this, he got it done. Right? So Alex, thank you so much for taking on that responsibility. And with the smile, he got it done. So Alex, thank you so much. And then I know the board really values the, knowing what our community wants, what are the needs. So one of the things that I'm doing this year that I just started, I want to visit a principal coffee chat at every one of our schools. As you know, each of our schools has a principal coffee chat each month. I started with Marshall last week, and I'm basically asking, tell me what's working and what is something that we can do better. Those are the simple questions. And of the 18 parents that were there, 16 said, hands down, we love the after-school ELA program. Anaheim succeeds. Thank you so much. And they asked about funding. I said, well, luckily we have legislators who really believe in it. And right now, as far as we know, it will be funded through as long as they can. And so they said, we love the fact that there's a safe place for them. Not only that, they're receiving enrichment, and sometimes they don't even want to go home. That's what they have said to me. So we appreciate that. And they did talk to me a little bit because, as you know, John Marshall went through that situation, not too long ago. So they did talk to me about safety. How can we improve some of the safety over our Marshall? I did take some notes. We will work with the team to see what we can do. And of course, I'll share that information with the board as we will work through that. With that, I want to conclude my report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. On to the 2024-25 Administrative Services Facilities Projects Update. Matthew Slusser, Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services. Alex King, Director of Facilities and Planning and Construction. Dina Gomez, Director of Maintenance and Operations. Alejandro Ramirez, Director of Digital Education Services.
Well, good evening, Board President Alvarez, members of the board, and the ASD community. It's my pleasure to begin tonight's presentation by introducing three of our outstanding administrative services directors, Alex King, Alex Ramirez, and Dina Gomez. Each have played a crucial role in advancing ASD's infrastructure and innovation this past year. Also want to thank our respective teams in each department, as together they have collaborated district-wide and led major initiatives in facilities, technology, and district upgrades. Projects that have modernized our campuses, improved safety and efficiency, and enhanced the learning environment for our students and staff. Tonight, we'll highlight the progress made across these key areas, share some of the outcomes already being realized, and look ahead at what's next for our continued growth and improvement. With that, I'll hand it over to Alex Ramirez. I'm sorry, Alex King. Other Alex.
Good evening, Board President Alvarez, board members, cabinet, and guests. My name is Alex King, Director of Facility Planning and Construction, and I am very excited to showcase everything that we've done for the year 24-25 and ongoing. I would like to first recognize every member of our department. Without them, this wouldn't have been possible. So I broken down to three different sections. The first was what was completed during the year 24-25, then what's ongoing currently, and what's in the design and bidding phase. So I get started with the what's been completed. The first project that I would like to show you is the Thomas Edison Research and Innovation Center. It consists of the library section, the workroom, the innovation lab, and the flex lab. I think many of you guys were there for the ribbon cutting. Thank you. It's always great to see kids in the library reading books, and it's when we get completed and when we see the students in the buildings, that's what we enjoy most. We completed 9 preschool playgrounds. The design goal was to demolish the raised concrete curb to make a flush entrance around the whole around the playgrounds. Second is the surfacing, playground surfacing, and the shade structure over the playground equipment. So we have 9 of those playgrounds. We have before and after photos at various, at actually all state-run preschool program schools. So we have 9 preschool playgrounds, and we have 3 preschool playgrounds where we implemented, I had before and after photos of these playgrounds. Over at James Madison School, Sunkist and Roosevelt, those were fairly new playground equipments. So what we implemented was shade over existing playgrounds. So those are Madison and Roosevelt, and that's what we did. Over at Sunkist, we not only included the shade structure, but in lieu of the artificial turf, we replaced it with playground surfacing that was much more preferred. Then we move on to the Orange Grove School amphitheater shade structure. We realized that amphitheater area was not being utilized to its full potential due to lack of shades. So we installed 17 shade structures all around the amphitheater, and we've seen events there afterwards, so that was great to see. We installed a metal shade structure in between the building for comfort and for the food service. And that's during rainy seasons, that was always an issue, so we placed a metal shade structure. It was great to hear. The feedback was it's an increasing enrollment in the preschool at Horace Mann, so we relocated the existing fence, demolished and placed new fencing to enlarge the square footage for the preschool and the kinder area. So that was the fencing work. At the DES building, we installed 10 charging ports for electric vehicles that they need to use for operation. And not only that, have infrastructure to add 3 more when the time comes when it's needed. So that's everything we've done between 24-25 and on to ongoing projects. We have 2 multi-purpose buildings currently under construction. It is anticipated to be completed by end of calendar year, so it's only a few months away. I would like to highlight that over at Juarez School, the library, the innovation lab, a few of the offices, and the classrooms has already been turned over for usage. We are just wrapping up the multi-purpose room at Juarez and Riviera. Many of you, as Belinda mentioned, saw many of you guys doing the groundbreaking. We're in the grading phase, and we've started trenching for the underground utilities. For the design and bidding phase projects, what really happens behind closed doors that's not under construction, I would like to explain a little bit that DES, we work in hand. They need to give us, DES department needs to give us what components that they would like in the new building. So I thank DES for providing those information so we can implement it on the plans. Also, maintenance and operation, they have the guidelines. They know where the existing utility lines are. So those are very valuable, where Ms. Games has provided me with so much information that goes a long way for during construction, so we can foresee the unforeseen conditions. So thank you, MNL and DES. We are in the bidding phase for the Franklin and Gower Upper Playground. That is in, we are weeks away from bid opening. We have 3 MPRs, so we're timing this where we're wrapping up the 2 current MPR buildings, and so we can start the 3 new MPR buildings. It has already been DSA approved, Division of State Architect. We are in the bidding phase. Hopefully within near few months, we can bring to the board for approval for awards, so we can get started with the project. And currently it's, and this, whether it's a single playground or a entire campus, it needs to be bid out, and those are overseen by purchasing department. So as you see the number of projects that we have going, purchasing has taken through from start to end of the bidding process. So thank you, purchasing, as well. Benjamin Franklin, those are the renderings, and Compared to past renderings, I think we came pretty close to it. And this will actually be, these three projects are what you will see at the completion of the projects. We are currently working with the engineers and the architects and consultants to raise the fencing height to 8 feet over at Juarez Elementary. And also we are talking with DSA to place a fabric shade structure in the kinder playground as well. So those are the things that our department has been working on. Thank you, and I turn it over to maintenance and operation.
Good evening, Board Member President Mr. Alvarez, board members, and distinguished guests. I'm Dina Gomez, your Director of Maintenance and Operations. Just waiting for my slide. Oh, I'm new at this, sorry. First of all, I'd like to showcase the number of work orders that we completed in the year 24-25. 13,262 work orders coming from all of our facilities, not only schools, but our other facilities, district offices, OASIS. So we get a lot of work orders throughout the year. So we're servicing our entire district. So we were able to complete that. This year, we're already at, that seems to be an old number. We can round up to 3,000 so far and incoming. So we're constantly working on maintaining a safe, clean, and well-repaired facilities for our environment, for our students, communities, and families. That's our #1 priority. And as you can see, we have our future projects, which are very exciting to our M&O department. We are working right now currently on a refresh for the library and the lounge at Revere. So we want to give that a nice facelift. We want to innovate, and we'll have some diagrams for you, so I'll point that out. Very exciting. The teachers and the staff and the principals are very, very excited. This is about our students, providing them an environment that engages them. They're able to collaborate, and they want to come to school. So that's our goal. We're working together, M&O and our C&I friends. We want to make sure that our kids' #1 focus is learning. Our next refresh is in our pupil services. We are following up on the last phase of the district office refresh. At Theodore Roosevelt, we are looking at repairing the flooring on the first floor. At Loera and Westmont, we have a roofing that we need to address. We'll be addressing that in the summertime. At James Gwynn, we just wrapped up a beautiful refresh. We had the exterior paint. We did the reflooring of the entire facility, the bathrooms. We did furnishings for the office and all the classrooms, and it looks quite beautiful. And our fit, Williams, was nearly perfect. Based on the county, we have the cleanest school in the county, so that was fit. That was wonderful. For Thomas Edison, we're wrapping up some fencing there. And at Ponderosa, we're looking at a wonderful refresh, exterior painting, flooring, furnishing, front office, asphalt, and landscaping. So we're really excited about that for the community. And so we're looking at our target date for this summer. So very excited about that. And this is our James Gwynn project. As you can see, we gave it a wonderful exterior paint coverage outside. We refreshed the office. We demoed, removed lots of old parts, gave it a wonderful facelift. Our most important focus was our library. We wanted the kids to come in and look at it through the lens of, I'm excited to be here. I want to read. We provided little nooks and crannies appropriate to the lower grades, middle grades, and upper grades so that they have a spot for themselves to read and opportunities to engage and collaborate. We also redid the fixtures in the bathrooms, and we changed the flooring and epoxy, and we provided new furniture and shelving in all the classrooms. We also, our M&O team touched up on paint inside, bathrooms, classrooms. We touched up ceiling tiles. We made sure all the landscape and irrigation was working. So it was a full-on project, and as you can see, it's turned out quite beautiful. So we're very excited for that community. You're welcome. Next is our Paul Revere, starting clockwise. That was permanent shelving on the floor there, which they weren't able to move around to provide differentiated kind of settings, so we removed those. And across, you'll see that cleared space. There was a trophy case there that we removed, and now we provided a nice clear area for possible book vending machine or other items that they may want, or a little nook. And we also had a whiteboard at the front where the stage was. We removed that, we put recessed lighting, and now they can have opportunities to do small plays, reenactments, or reading areas. So it hasn't been furnished yet, but you can see the layout there. We have a design to increase, again, engagement and collaboration. This was done with the principal, and we're very excited to see that. We're hoping this is going to be done by November, but the target date is January, but we're trying to get that done sooner for the children. Sort of a pre-New Year's present for them. So we're very excited about that. We're redoing the flooring, we've demoed, and furnishing there. We'll also be touching up their lounge as well. And lastly, these are the men and women of M&O who are always ready to serve. We serve 1.7 million square feet and 190 acres of land. And this group of people here do it all with a smile, and we continue to work hard to provide our community the best quality service, and obviously a clean school, a safe school, and a school where first impressions matter, where our families know that we're keeping them safe, where our staff and our students feel welcome, and they know that because of the way we make the schools appear. Thank you. Any questions for me? Thank you. And next, our DES, Alex Ramirez, Director.
Good evening. So at DES, we're the department where no news is always good news. So the less you see of us, obviously, the better everything is going around. This last year, we upgraded our Nyquist Cascadia upgrades at Thomas Edison, James Gwynn, Benito Juarez, and Paul Revere. That's an audio voice enhancement in every classroom. We upgraded the PA system, and it's equipped with an emergency notification system where teachers have the ability to alert the office using their mics from almost anywhere on the campus. Due to the fact that the new construction, which is Edison, Juarez, and Revere, and they were installing upgraded equipment, we also did an upgrade in the entire school so that the components would match and they would have the same capacity and capability. We were also a big part of the modernizing. Yes, we are also a big part of modernizing certain departments, as was mentioned in the district office, where we upgraded a lot of the data drops, increased internet access, increased the equipment there to make sure that internet speeds and connectivity were improved for those departments. DES was a place where Play Code Compete was born, and we continue to support that on a yearly basis. The curriculum for our esports Nurturing Positive Competitors League. We've been fortunate enough to host our culminating event at the River Arena for the past few years, and we continue to do so every year. We also are a big part of our Scratch Showcase so that we celebrate what our students are learning during the instructional day in their interaction with Code Campus throughout the year. This past year, we had various projects where we upgraded different software. We transitioned to a new Google for Education workspace that included Gemini AI for Education. So all of our teachers have access to that, and our leadership team. We migrated our ARI student information system to the cloud so we can have a safer information system and work more closely with ARIES to ensure better service there. We introduced the Parent Square Secure Document feature to all of our schools, allowing our schools to safely deliver report cards and other important documents in a safe and secure way. And we took advantage of Canva for Education, and we made it accessible for all of our teachers in the district. Ongoing support, cybersecurity obviously is a major topic every single day that we operate, In May, we purchased a new AI email protection program, and already we've identified and blocked almost 19,000 phishing emails, keeping our district a little safer. We initiated a year-long phishing campaign that trains our staff on recognizing suspicious emails, and we continue to do so when least expected. I don't know if that's a popular thing for our staff, but I think it's an important one. We receive federal E-rate programs, and we continue to monitor and deliver services using those funds. Every year, we devote these funds to support broadband connectivity, internal connections, and basic maintenance. Since 2020, we have benefited from almost $2.7 million that we have qualified for using the E-rate federal fund program. The department handles daily calls for support in areas and technology troubleshooting needs. We distribute hotspots to our families when there's a need. We coordinate the yearly tech refresh program, ensuring that our technology is updated for our teachers and our students. And finally, maintenance and after-hours technology support and monitoring is key to seamless behind-the-scenes assurance that our technology infrastructure and processes are working at their best. And again, no news is good news, so the less you see of me, the better it's working. Thank you very much, and if there's any questions, I'm sure we're here to answer.
I just want to say thank you so much to all of you. As each of you were speaking, I was thinking of a couple of things for our facilities projects and our maintenance and operations. I was reminded of like the broken windows theory, right? That if we see a school building that's kind of dilapidated and out of, paint is chipping off, people might not take ownership of it, right? And the behavior can be reflected in the building. Instead, I feel that our students have a sense of joy when they walk onto our campuses, and this refreshed need for learning in a space that is beautiful and matches where they are, right? And the kids feel valued because I deserve a space like this, right? That I matter enough. And Mr. Ramirez, I liken your presentation. You're like our very own Jarvis, if I'm talking about, Iron Man, right? And behind the scenes and the techie and the gadgets. So thank you for keeping us up to date and into this century, because I think, instead of fighting technology like so many people do, we need to embrace it and leverage it and use that to prepare our students as they move forward in their education. So thank you to all of you. Thank you to Matt for leading this team. It's amazing to see all the work that's being done.
To just piggyback off of Trustee Alvarez's comments about, the building with the chipped paint, et cetera, I mean, she just pretty much described what happened at James Quinn Elementary School this last summer and where we're at. You should feel like the excitement of the families, the community, the students, the teachers. I mean, everybody's super pumped to be going there. The attitude is different from the moment you walk in. I've mentioned before in my board reports about just attending the back to school night and being a little concerned because of everything that's going on in our city and society overall. But no, it was well attended. It was probably one of the best attended back to school nights, and I have no doubt it's because of the attention they've received because of these overdue modifications. So thank you guys very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, on to the 2025 AESD state testing results. Rhonda Robertson, Director of Data and Special Programs.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here annually. It's my time of year to be here for our state test scores. They go public tomorrow. And so we're getting a little preview from our internal files this evening to share with you guys, and a little bit of context before we share our results. So what you're going to see is where we've put our focus, our emphasis, our finances, where we've put our priority on literacy. That's where we're going to see that they've made an impact on our results. So you're aware that we've had our literacy focus that has gone deeper than I've seen it in my years here in the district, where every teacher knows what we're working on. And we have a plan to get all of our teachers trained with the highest quality professional development for literacy with our Literacy and Aspire. And so I think that that is starting to take hold in the byproduct of having strong readers, which is our test scores. So we're not defining ourselves by our test scores by any means. We want our students to be strong readers, and our assessment results are going to be a byproduct of that. I also share with you annually where our students that the 3rd through 6th graders for whom the results we're looking at, where they were with regard to the pandemic and the dismissals. So our 3rd through 6th graders from last year, that's whose results we're going to be looking at primarily this evening. And you can see where they were in that distance learning history of theirs. And then this year I also folded in where we started letters. So in 2023, that was our first little cohort of teachers that started with that letters training in PK through 3rd grade. And then it's been growing ever since that. So you can see if those students were impacted at all by that training. Also, just as a reminder, we're always assessing 8-year-olds in elementary school. Our 3rd through 6th grade students that participated last year, a third of them are emergent bilingual, 87% low income, and 15% students with disabilities. And when we look at just that 3rd grade cohort, it was closer to 40% of those students were emergent bilingual. Okay, and this is context. We look at our state test scores once a year. It's kind of our time to take a big bird's eye view to see if we're moving the needle in any direction, see how we're comparing to the state, if we're matching the same trends, what's happening. But the majority of our effort goes into more local assessments that are more formative with kids in seats. That's what I'm trying to attempt to show with that slide. And then last year, the state came out with this nice graphic that shows students that are performing or achieving a level 2, a level 3, or a level 4 on this state test are all accessing grade level standards with different ranges of complexity. And it's really the students who are performing at level 1 who are not consistently demonstrating grade level knowledge. And sometimes we need to figure out if that's because they're not interested in the assessment and they're not having a good day, or if truly they're not accessing grade level content. And so those are the students for whom we really want to make sure that they are reading and critical thinkers. So this is the big picture view of our assessment results. We have 3 years of literacy, 3 years of math, and 3 years of science all on this same screen. Our 3rd through 6th graders participate in the literacy and the math, and then just 5th grade for the science. And where we put our emphasis is where we're seeing the gains. We increased 2% of our students meeting or exceeding standard, and more importantly, we decreased the level 1s by 4%. So in math, you could see we didn't lose any ground with our emphasis on literacy. It stayed pretty similar. And in science, we didn't gain at the top, but we did decrease the proportion of students achieving a level 1 on that 5th grade science test. So that's the big picture view. And per the ed code, I'm required to show you by grade level and by school as well. And so this is all English language arts, 3 years by grade level. So 3 years for 3rd grade, 3 years for 4th grade. And across all the grade levels, you can see that we decreased that percent of students scoring level 1s. The biggest decrease there in 6th grade as they're heading to junior high. And this is a new slide for you. This is my way of kind of punctuating the fact that in elementary school districts, we're constantly assessing 8-year-olds, And we know a high proportion of our 8-year-olds are emergent bilinguals. They haven't been reclassified yet. And a high proportion of our students are from vulnerable populations, such as low income or socioeconomically disadvantaged. And in both of those populations, for our students who are emergent bilingual, it takes between 4 to 7 years to learn that academic language that's assessed on our state tests. And then our, based on broad research, students in poverty are generally having a 3 to 5 year gap. So in 3rd grade, you can see, depending on if they started with us in PK, TK, what a gift if they did, kinder, or what's mandatory, 1st or 2nd, they're somewhere maybe within that 4-year range, 4 to 7 years. They're not at the end of that 7-year range as far as learning the academic language. So what I wanted to show with this slide is cohort growth. So 3rd grade would be the baseline, but for our 4th graders, they increased as a cohort by 3%. 3% more students meeting or exceeding standard. Our growth for our 5th graders from their baseline as 3rd graders was almost 7%, 6.6%. And then our 6th graders from their baseline as 3rd graders, they grew almost 6%, 5 points. I'm curious if that resonates with you guys at all, or if, like, what a snooze fest, Rhonda, why'd you even do that? All right, we're also required to show you our results by student group. So here we have our major student groups, our all group, our socioeconomically disadvantaged, our emergent bilingual, reclassified, and you can see in the big numbers on the screens in their little tiles, the percent of students meeting or exceeding standard, and then in the parentheses whether that was an increase from the year prior or a decrease from the year prior. And for the most part, all our student groups grew in literacy, including our students with disabilities, and that foster youth group had a 12% growth. The number in the parentheses just before, beneath the label is the count of students within that group, our district. And then our results by school. This year, I am displaying the results more in a ranked fashion, where they're ranked from the proportion of students at level 1, from the fewest percentages of students at level 1 to the most at level 1. And so that's that first dark blue column. And that's all literacy there. So the first column that's the darker blue, that's what proportion are level 1. Then you have the level 2, and then we combined the level 3 and 4. The next to last gray is the count of students, and then we put their attendance rates next to it. We were trying to see if there's a correlation between attendance rate and test scores there. We know for chronic absenteeism there is, for sure. Oh, also when we talk about the schools, we release these results to our schools as we receive them. And our team built a personalized slide deck with all their results that we gave to them as kind of like a gift with a bow on it at the Leadership Summit. So they've had plenty of time to look at their results, share them with their leadership teams, their staffs, and their school site councils. So on that literacy thread, we wanted to celebrate our language results, our English Language Performance Assessment of California, our LPAC results. This is what our emergent bilinguals participate in every year, and this is 3 years of growth. What we want is our students to achieve a level 4 on this assessment, because that means that they are eligible to be reclassified and they need no support to access grade level content in their classrooms. And I have not seen a 9% bump in a level 4 in a long time. And what that did is in the column to the right, that 14.7, we are 0.3% away from our LCAP goal of 15%. And we increased that reclassification rate by 3.4%. We have been hovering around 11 point something for the last couple of years. So this is our language and our literacy focus showing. And now all of these students are going to be participating in the state test this year and being able to access. So we're thrilled about these results. So that concludes the language and literacy portion, and then these are the grade level results for math, where really across every grade level, we didn't see an increase at the top or a decrease at the bottom. It stayed very flat for each grade level. I didn't add any arrows at all because it would have been like a point something percent. These are our math results by student group in the same format as that literacy one, and our math results by school, ranked in the same way. Okay, I'm gonna advance it. And then I'm gonna end because I know our next presenters, this is gonna kind of bridge toward our next presenters, my colleagues in special services. Our dynamic learners, also known as our students in mod severe SDC programs or our students with severe cognitive disabilities, participate in an alternate assessment, an alternate state assessment. And these are our alternate literacy, math, and science results based on the CalAlt, the California Alternate Assessment. And we have approximately 80 or so students that participated in 3rd through 6th grade in these assessments last year. And I wanted to take this opportunity to talk about the intentional practices that we're putting into place for all of our students with disabilities in support of all students. So we have partnered with SWIFT and the National Center of Inclusion toward Rightful Presence, who's been working with us as a district team to break down barriers and think deeply about our systems and structures and how we provide access to all students in all educational settings, access to core curriculum, access to after-school programs. We're thinking about everything. And then we, in addition to that, the same groups are working with 4 of our schools, Gwynn, Mann, Stoddard, and Westmont, working with their diverse teams, their general ed and special education teams to move that work forward at the school level. So we're learning from them and breaking down barriers for our students in that way. Another thing we did 2 years ago was with our PLCs, we opened the door to our PLCs to have our students, our educators of students with disabilities participate in the PLCs. So that when we're talking about grade level standards and what students need and how are we gonna know if they've learned things, we're having all people at the table representing all students in those conversations, learning from each other, and it's been really valuable so far. And finally, this year, the Ed Services Division has come together to host these What I Need meetings that bring RSP teachers, TOSAs, interventionists, coaches all together in the same room to problem solve and to be all on the same page together. So these are some ways that we're breaking down barriers for all our students with disabilities, which in turn is going to help all students. And that is where I wanted to leave you today.
I'm very excited to see the needle moving in regards to improvements with literacy. That's super important. You know, when it's all said and done, you got to be able to do that. And what better time, you know? And so for us to, you know, have a cabinet that really is doing a lot of intentionally focused on that, it's awesome. It's good stuff. And I'm glad to see the, you know, benefits of it.
Thank you.
Sure. Something that sat with me, you started off the presentation stating you've been here for a while, you've been the keeper of data for as long as I've known you. So I recognize that. I'm wondering from your perspective, what is the driver for this focus? If you can, from your perspective, you can like recount that to me, because you have a lot of historical knowledge. So where did that shift happen and how did it happen? What do you attribute it to?
Okay, so I think we've always known that literacy is key, and it opens the door to all the other subject areas. And so we've always had that as some kind of a focus every single year. But where we tend to struggle is keeping that focus, because we'll get that ball rolling, and then some people will want to move on. Like maybe it's kind of handled here, we've got the lid on the boiling pot, and then we get anxious to move over here. It's like our human nature. And so for the first time, in a very long time, well, the first time ever, I'm seeing, no, we're gonna keep this focus. And be very intentional and about when and how we're going to start moving forward into math. You could give me the eyes like, sorry. The literacy focus has really taken hold, and there are some teachers who have completed all the letters training, and they have coaching support in the school, on the school site, in their classrooms, to help them make sure that that is continuing and that those good practices don't drop off. So for those staff members who have completed that letters piece, they might be interested in moving toward the math, the CGI. And so that's one way. And then in the background also, Dr. Moreno is developing a math task force as we look forward toward our next math adoption, to start laying the framework for what is important in math, what do the standards say, what does the framework say, so that we're grounded in what's best for students before we start picking shiny new things. So I think it's been really hard in the past to work with lots of groups of people and say, no, we're sticking with this, and we have a plan, and we're gonna go really deep with this. I think we've gone superficial in the past, yeah.
So yes, my question is, who's driving that? So is it the teachers that are driving it? Is it a cabinet? Is it a cohesive unit that you guys meet together and you say, no, we're gonna stay focused on this, and we're gonna keep driving it forward? That's what I'm trying to get insight on.
So I see it as coming from cabinet, but with a lot of collaborative input and the willingness to stay the course and the willingness to take that input. That's from my perspective in my role.
Thank you. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's okay.
I was just curious what your opinion was on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question and a comment. Well, first of all, I know literacy is very important, especially within our community, and families are impacted financially if they're low-income families too. Having said that, what are some of the recommendations you can provide to our families, how they can promote literacy? We talk about, attendance and sleep and diet, but what are some of the things that families can do to help our teachers and our educator to basically build that foundation for them to be ready to learn and to read?
I love that question. So I'd be speaking out of my little wheelhouse, but what I can tell you is that our SFACE team and our CNI team and our MLED teams have been developing together family support, family programs. I'm forgetting the family phonics. So those arms are, those tentacles are in motion and happening.
Thank you.
Yeah.
thank you for the presentation. It's a lot of data, and you've been doing it for years. Really appreciate it. And I think you gave a very honest and clear answer to President Alvarez's question, that because, you know, I've been around a while too, and I have noticed before that concentration or intent kind of, you know, we start out and then for whatever reasons it kind of shifts, but there is something different this time that I've noticed, and it's a lot of the factors and some that you mentioned, and I think we're learning from that too. We're learning what that sustainability is, what when we get started, you know, keeps it moving, keeps us going forward, and I'm hoping that we also, because it is doing well and the literacy push is being successful, and we learn from that when we move into other areas and categories, and so I'm really happy to see what I've been seeing for quite some time now, and I'm glad that you reflected on that and what was past and what is now. So I think that answer was really good. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And just to, everyone's always doing their best at all the time. So, and we all hold multiple subject credentials, so we don't often come from the lens of having the luxury of just thinking about one thing. But this has been really beneficial for us as a system. Thank you.
Too, when you said that, you know, we're all human, and years are different, and you know, it's so that kind of struck with me too. Yeah, you know, things come up, and sometimes it's successful, sometimes it's less successful, but it seems to be. We seem to be moving forward in a positive vein, and the main thing I want to take from that too is that we learn from that. We learn what has kept that interest and kept that concentration, and as we're moving forward and helping us to be successful. Thank you.
Sure, I agree with that. I just want to add, I'm a math educator, so my heart is math.
Yes.
But
yes.
We have to admit that at the foundational level of learning for our kids at the elementary level, the focus on literacy, I think, is key, right? Read, 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 read. That's what you tell your parents. So I'm just glad to see that we're staying focused on this idea and that we're following through with it, and then the data is showing some increase in our output. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to a special education update from Kristen Cinco, our Senior Director of Special Services.
Good evening, Board and Cabinet. Here we are. We are excited to be here tonight, to be able to share an update on our special services department and our special ed dynamic learners. So with that, I'm going to have Kristen Cinco, our Senior Director, start us off and share some of the data and the history of where we've been and where we are now, and then I'll conclude at the end. So, Kristen?
Thank you. It's really hard for me not to say take a movement break and jump up and down. There's been a lot of sitting and a lot of data. But no, I think your guys' chair has movement, so if you need to move around, I'm never offended. Take a movement break, take care of yourself. Thank you for modeling that. Appreciate the time to be here to give you an update about what's been going on in special ed. And it's interesting because when, Rhonda's still here. When I was putting the presentation together, one of the things that I wanted to start with was grounding ourselves in the mission of the district. Because sometimes when we talk about special education, we think of it in a very separate manner. But one of the things that I'm truly grateful and appreciative for in this district is that we have made so much progress in naturally including special education in so many different things that we do, that it doesn't feel as separate all the time. And that's especially reflective of the fact that I didn't know Rhonda was originally gonna go right before me. And that last slide of hers is beautiful because I'm also a huge believer that things related to special education, like true progress, is when you see the entire system taking responsibility for all students, and it's not just coming from the person that is maybe the face of special education. So honestly, it makes me a little emotional, all the things we're doing, and with the literacy focus, the fact that all of the special ed teachers were included in that PDN training about how to teach reading and not making the assumption that they didn't need it. It's a gift that all the staff were included in that. So we are here to talk today a little bit more about the structure of the department, the structure of the district's special education. I'm going to start from a broad perspective, and then we're going to go a little bit more narrow and talk about our students in our district, the services we provide, the performance, and then moving forwards, what some of the recommendations are for next steps. We've had this conversation briefly when I come in June-ish every year to do the local plan and the annual service plan, but to make sure that there's common understanding. In California, the structure for ensuring that all school districts have the resources and provide the programs necessary to meet the needs of all students, the structure of that is a special education local plan area, SELPA for short. There's two different kinds of SELPA. There's a multi-district SELPA and there's a single district. We're a single district SELPA, which means that we're responsible for all of the programs, for the services, for the students that reside within our geographical boundaries. When we need to band together, we have relationships with other local districts. Most of the districts in Orange County are single district. I think there's 3 off the top of my head that are multi. But truly a multi-district perspective is when you're in a part of the state where you have smaller districts, you're further apart, and you have a student move in with very complicated needs, and a district would really struggle to figure out how am I going to implement and create the program for this student. So that's where a SELPA comes in. A SELPA is able to then, from kind of an overall perspective, band together the resources to create the needs for the group on the whole. So for us as a single district, we do that on our own, but when we need to band together, we can through different agreements with other local districts to provide special programs. Like we provide the program regionally for students who are visually impaired that are learning to read through Braille. And then we also have agreements with other districts in place, many of which have, well, they've all gone through you, but our agreements for students that have deaf and hard of hearing needs that require specialized programs in other surrounding districts. So the structure itself ensures that all districts have the ability to provide the services for students. Now there's actually been a lot of changes in how the SELPA structure is used by the state of California over the past, really post-2020 with COVID. And one of the things that is blank on that slide, I'm not sure why, there's a blank green square. That is alternative dispute resolution. I'm not sure if you have it blank on your copy or not, but it's ADR, and I'll go through that in a moment. So out of necessity, but also out of a mandate, the California Department of Education has really changed how they are using and relying upon SELPAs. They had their own lawsuit about ensuring they were monitoring the performance of districts in implementing special education that resulted in a series of new procedures and processes that are now permanent, ongoing responsibilities. And then also when everything shut down in 2020, they needed a way to get information quickly to all the districts through the state of California specific to special education, and they turned to SELPAs to do that. So some of these areas where there have been substantial changes, because my position's a combined one, and I've been in it for 10 years. Prior to this, there were fewer specific SELPA responsibilities. It was more integrated. It was more a natural part of the daily work. Now it's different, in part because of these separate processes that have come out of it. So if we start from like the 1 o'clock position and work our way around, the compliance improvement monitoring, that's a new process implemented by CDE. That's a different layer of plans based on improvement science to ensure that districts are making progress in the federal indicators for special education. There's a whole different variety of ways that's implemented depending on what a specific district's identification is. So that's the new monitoring process moving forwards. Since I've been in this position, they've had about 5 different versions of how they've monitored us. This is the one they assure us is sticking because it's a result of their lawsuit and is now mandated by a judge. Going to about 3 o'clock, we have IEP implementation monitoring. That is a level of monitoring that ensures we are implementing the services that we have in IEPs. It happens annually now and has a very direct accounting procedure, if you will, to make sure that we have the documentation of minutes in IEPs. Then the next one is NPA, NPS. Those are non-public agency and non-public schools. CDE relies on SELPAs, pass that initial certification to do a lot of the monitoring. I sign off for every single every single MPA and MPS to ensure that they are doing the required behavior verification annually for all of their staff. That's a SELPA responsibility. And there's other on-site visits and whatnot, making sure that we're monitoring how non-public schools are providing the services for students that we are placing there. At about 6 o'clock, local plan structure and process, that's changed quite a bit. You probably have the most direct experience with that when you see me come in June. We pair it together with the LCAP process to make sure we are consistent in how we're sharing information about the plans. Then we're moving over, there's more expanded fiscal grants. There's a variety of different grants that came out during COVID, following COVID, and there's more specific data that's required. And they rely on the SELPA to provide that data about how we're implementing the programs involved with that. The blank one on yours and on the screen is alternative dispute resolution. There were grants that came out during COVID, and really that was already in motion. We had some money available before, and we were starting to develop different ways of resolving disputes. But during COVID and beyond, it has really accelerated. And so now the focus is really on developing a variety of dispute prevention strategies before we get to the point where maybe there's attorneys involved in litigation. And then at the top left, about 11 o'clock, all the CalPEDS data reporting and monitoring. That is new. Prior to 2020, special education had a different reporting system, a different data system. Now we report through CalPEDS, which requires a lot of ongoing monitoring and very specific special ed reporting. So all of that is new and different than what it was 10 years ago when I started in this job, 2015. Oops, I gotta bring you guys along. Okay, so aside from the structure, looking from the state of California, narrowing it down to where we are in our district, overall in the state of California, and this data was provided at State SELPA last week by the State Director of Special Education, the number of students with disabilities at the state level has definitely increased. You can see that trajectory over the course of time. One of the things that she said, which was very interesting to me, is that California has more students with disabilities than the population of 4 states. We are a large state. We also spend more as a state on special education than the federal government spends for the entire country. And in California, we have 14% students with disabilities, which is a higher percentage than in years prior. She talked about, she remembers the days when if you went above 10%, you were getting into the danger zone of maybe you were over-identifying. But as a state, we're now at 14%. So when we move from that California lens to, well, what does that look like within our own district through the course of time? I took 4 different data points and started at 1998 and 99 and ended with 24-25. So underneath the years, you can see that was the enrollment of the district for that year. So in 98-99, we had just over 20,000 students, and we had about 1,800 students with disabilities. So at that time, we had about 9.1% students with disabilities. Then you can see when you move through the years, that share of the pie for students with disabilities gets slightly larger. So it mirrors that trajectory in California. And then in 24-25, we had just over 13,000 students and just over 2,400 students with disabilities. So during declining enrollment, even if we're not substantially identifying more, our percentage is increasing because we're losing some of the gen ed enrollment as well. So we went from 9.1% in 1998 to 18.2 in 24-25. If we go even closer to that, and instead of looking through the years, we're looking slightly differently at what's their pattern of identification and what does it look like through the course of a school year and year over year. So the blue lines that you see there, that is our fall data reporting number that we report now through CalPEDS. You can see in December of 2019, that's the old special ed data system. It was called CaseMIS. So the blue number is what we report in the fall, and then we continue assessing and qualifying all year. And as an elementary district, there's a group of students that matriculate at the end of the year and move on to Anaheim Union or other surrounding districts. That's the green line. So it's natural that we would expect to see it lower in the fall, higher in the spring. What's changed through the years is we used to look a little bit like a slowly building wave rolling to shore. And as we get to looking at the grade levels in the next slide, I'll explain that more. But as we were rolling to shore and getting ready to crest, it was our 6th graders that were leaving. And then the next year we would start low, and continue again. If you look there, aside from October of 2021, which is still when we were recovering as a system post-COVID and still finding some children that had kind of dropped off the radar, and we were trying to find our incoming 3-year-olds that hadn't gotten services anywhere, and so we were trying to find everybody. Aside from that, you can see that we've increased year over year in the fall. It has slowed down a little bit the last year, which is good. I think that first year it was 11% increase year over year in the fall, which was a concern. That's a pretty huge increase, and it's stabilized a little bit since then. Within that, there's also been a change in when students are being referred to special education. When I referred to that wave, we used to have lower numbers in primary. It would get higher, usually about 2nd, 3rd grade is where you would see the numbers start to increase. And then we would have the higher numbers in the upper grades. Now we're seeing much more of an emphasis on referring to special education in the younger primary ages. So really preschool, and not the incoming 3-year-olds, but preschool classes really through the end of kindergarten, beginning of 1st grade. That is where we see the most emphasis as far as an interest in referring to special education. And all of that is happening during the ongoing pattern of declining enrollment. So then going from that pattern during the year, this is a look at our overall as a district by grade level. What is our percentage of students with disabilities by grade level? And this is based on data pulled from our IEP system, 921. So it's not our certified data. Census Day 10/1 is what we'll be certifying when we do that in December. But if you look at those numbers, you can see that rather than a slowly cresting wave, we have some peaks at younger ages, and they're all fairly similar. This is the enrollment overall, but it does mirror when you look at who's in special education. It's similar. But the percentages, if you can read them, they're a little bit small. So in preschool, if you look at all the preschoolers enrolled in the district, 29.4% of them have disabilities. The other 2 grade levels that are close to 20%, our kindergarten is at 19.2%. So of all the kindergartners enrolled in Anaheim Elementary, almost 1 in 5 are identified with a disability. And then the grade level that is also high with that is 2nd grade. And while 6th grade is at 17.7%, the number of students we have in 6th grade with disabilities is smaller than in years prior. So we are not matriculating as many students to 6th grade as we did in years prior, which is good news for Anaheim Union. It gives them a breath in some of their identification. But for us, it represents, we have some challenges at the primary grade levels with more students that need more support. Within the students we're identifying, there's also been a change in what the disabilities are that we are identifying. So typically, speech and language impairment, SLI, is our #1 disability. In 3 different data points you see up there, that stayed pretty true. Still speech and language impairment. It used to be specific learning disability was the #2, but you can see most recently we have a spike in autism. So that is now clearly our 2nd disability with respect to prevalence of the students we're identifying. And then the 4th one on the right, OHI, is other health impairment, which can capture quite a wide variety of health conditions that affect educational performance and require special education. Within all of that, the services that our students are receiving, you would anticipate speech and language would be the #1. That's the #1 disability, so it makes sense that the most frequent number of services we provide is speech and language, followed by specialized academic instruction. And our 3rd service that we provide most frequently is counseling and guidance. In Anaheim Elementary, all of special education services related to counseling, psychological support are provided by district employees. We don't contract out for any of our special education services. So that is the #3. #4 is occupational therapy, and then followed closely by psychological services, which is a school psychologist supporting the implementation of an IEP. And then the last one is intensive individual services, so that one-to-one aid that many students require in the classroom. So when we move away from the students and we look at the adults with respect to what is the district, how have we grown in the service areas through the course of time with the students? So in 98-99, you can see the enrollment, the number of students with disabilities, and the number of staff, the FTE we had in those different service areas, compared with on 24-25. So also not surprisingly, the professional that has grown the most is speech and language pathologists, and that makes sense. Our #1 disability, we have consistently stayed there. It's the #1 service we're providing. The other area of growth is SDC teachers, so ed specialists. We went from 40 in 1998 to 68 in 24-25. Counselors went from 0 to 23 because we started hiring district employees as school counselors in 2012 when that 36-32 money for mental health came back to the districts. We created our own programs. At the district level in 98-99, we had 1 program specialist and 1 director. And then 24-25, we have 4 program specialists, 1 curriculum specialist, a TOSA, PD, SLP, and me. So that's the staff. Now, in performance, or how are we doing, IDEA is a federal law. The federal law has states write a performance plan. That's the state performance plan with 14 indicators that are in the federal law. The state sets the goals for the performance, and then they report to the feds how we did. So once a year, we get what is like a report card, where compared to the expectations set by the state related to the federal indicators, how did we do? For Anaheim Elementary, the areas where we have persistently had challenges are related to least restrictive environment and student achievement. Now, the fact that we are integrated all the time in Rhonda Robertson's data presentations is a gift, because this district truly does believe that the achievement for all students means all students, and we're regularly looking at that. So for least restrictive environment, what that means is, and why, sometimes people might be like, well, why is that such a focus for the federal government? And I'll show you what our performance looks like related to the targets. But the reason that's important is that the research shows very clearly that when students are educated together with their peers, they perform better academically, they develop stronger social skills, they have better self-esteem, and when we start that in early childhood, it sets a strong foundation that we can build from. So all those scores related to literacy, math, if we can have students with their peers as often as possible, and all of our special ed staff have the same training, then we have a better chance of achieving those goals we want for all of our students, including students with disabilities. So there's a couple different ways, and I'm not going to get too technically in the weeds, but if you ever want more of that, happy to do that with you separately from today, because again, movement break time. But one of the ways, the indicator is students who spend less than 40% of their time in a general education setting. So those are largely students in an SDC class. They spend most of their day in a self-contained class, and then depending on their individual needs and what's in their IEP, they have time in general education. So those minutes are quantified, and if they spend less than 40% of time in gen ed, then the student falls into this category. So the blue bar is our performance over time. The green line, those are the goals set by the state of California. So you can see that the goal goes down every year. The goal is continuing to lower every year. We've stayed fairly steady. Most recently, we're at about 20%. When I look at our data preparing for Census Day, we're at about the same level. So that's one of the areas that I would anticipate we will receive ongoing identification when we get our annual determination, which I was just notified by CDE they're going to come visit in February, and they'll give us a preview of our data. The performance of the students is also looked at through the dashboard, and Rhonda's done a good job covering that. So you know that our student group is identified for both English language arts and math. So I won't spend too much time there. And then moving forwards, these are some of the things we're focusing on, and is when I'm going to pass it to Dr. Marina.
So as you could see, where we are right now is really thinking about how do we continue to refocus our work through the entire educational services department, but really taking a deep dive into special services. So we know, you just heard Rhonda's beautiful presentation on rightful presence and what we're doing to meet that least restrictive environment, which is that rightful presence. We need to work with our early educators and preschool teachers to support the high percentage of students that we're serving in that preschool TKK model, which is very different in our entire school setting, our district setting. we're also learning how to strengthen our interventions. In the next slide, I will show you some proposed structures, but really thinking about how our curriculum and instruction team is continuing to meet the needs of all our learners. And at the heart of it all is the collaboration and communication of our IEP teams. Our IEP teams are required to meet with parents and share the goals, have parents understand the goals, and educate them on how they can support us and be a collaborative partner. We've done something new this year where our CAC meetings, our advisory group is scheduled right after our Parent Leadership Institute as well, so that we're enticing more parents to stay and learn and be our collective partners to share information for our families, so that our families are aware of how they can support and how their students can win. And at the heart of it all is professional development for everyone, for our general education teachers to know how to support our dynamic learners, and also our ed specialists that are learning to meet grade level standards in their classrooms. So it is a continuing, because this has been in place, but the work is never done, right? I mean, we see the data, it's shifted considerably, and we need to focus our work within our teachers, and our association is a great partner. They help us with knowing that professional development is for all our teachers. So we do have a proposed structure of supports in special education, and we have our senior director, but we would like to add a director of special services. What that means is that there will be direct access to our families, to our community, to our parents, to our administrators, and to our teachers, a rapid response system. As we shared with the SELPA director and the special education director, that we're wearing multiple hats. And when the schedule does not allow for you to be present, it does take away from servicing our families and our students. So by adding the director of special services, we were thinking almost like being able to navigate things instantly versus having to wait, because time that elapsed really means the quality of service that we can provide to our families. We've also shared that one of our best programs that serves 10,000 of our students after school, our current enrollment is 7,000 students in the Anaheim Elementary Succeeds program, and it is open for all our students. And with that, it means we need to review 504s, have IEP meetings, meet with a psychologist to ensure that the students that are staying with us before or coming early, before and after school, have all their needs met, whatever it might be in the setting. And so there's Kristen does a lot of work with our leadership assistants, our psychologists, and our SFACE team to work with the touch points that we can to get a child enrolled in the after-school program with the safety net that they need to be successful and be able to access what we provide in the Succeeds. In Succeeds. So with that, an ELOP administrator with the focus on special services that can handle that and have that specific lens, because right now it's been a triage of support for our families, which means we do have students on wait lists as we are trying to support and get them in as soon as possible to provide the conditions that they need for safe learning. With our CYHBI that we have discussed, our billing program, we really do not have anyone managing it. So we've had a previous conversation with the board about having a program specialist that is completely dedicated to this, because right now it's kind of been Kristen, myself, a program specialist, and all kind of working together, but a very soft launch, but a very successful launch. So we know that if we have a dedicated individual to this, it would only strengthen what we can recoup and support our programming overall. And then you see in that little green box is, and I do want to share that we already do have someone that is in charge of this, but it is through our service provider. So it is just changing funding sources to having someone in-house versus a service provider. And that's also included with our AESD clinicians. With our SEL resolution, something that we've always believed is in the mental health of our students. And we are very proud to say that we have 46 clinicians. Part of our cost teams at every school site is 2 clinicians, a school-based clinician and a community-based clinician that supports those wraparound services for our families and our students. But we also do have district level, well, I'm gonna say, we could call them 2 floating clinicians that kind of supports the student well-being. And we want to shift our focus for those clinicians, those wellness clinicians, to be AESD employees, because with that, then we can focus on training, consistency, really that mirroring of admin, student, and staff wellness, which is really what we need. So I know something that is missing there is someone to manage the mental health, an administrator to oversee it, to work collaboratively with that director of special education, because again, we have the clinicians, the 46 clinicians, we have counselors. When the counseling started, as Kristen alluded to, it was part of IEPs. We started in 2012, and with the 2-3 clinicians, built up to 4, then 6, then eventually the LCAP took that on because we shifted from an intervention to a tier 1 approach. And now we have counseling at every school. Again, they're part of our cost team. It's something that we pride ourselves in, that we value, that's part of our LCAP goals, but we need someone with that focus to continue to build so that our SEL resolution and our commitment is really driven at the school sites and at the district level, and supports the students' overall ability to be able to thrive. We do have, with the rising numbers of our students, something on the right side that you see of the org chart, and it's not really who reports, because I do want to say, like, how I envision the director of special services is truly reporting to me, and then eventually, whether it's weekly, bi-monthly, whatever it is, the SELPA director, the special services director, and I would meet to look at data to ensure we're in compliance with all those new structures that are mandated, the mandated reporting that we have to do. That is very different post-COVID. So those meetings would happen as a triad, but the director of special services would report to me directly, so that we can leverage the work that we do at the site level, and principals can also have a quick response to move forward the work with our students. Adding a program specialist would also support the fact that right now we're split into 6. We have 4 program specialists with 6 schools. Every program specialist has 5 to 6 schools, and we also have specialized programming, including our non-public school students. So they're still our students. So we still manage them and support them and meet the needs of the families. So by adding the program specialist, it would allow us to have them focus on 4 schools, which is more direct services to our schools, and being able to support the IEP goals and the IEP needs, hopefully shifting a focus to solving disputes before they get into litigation. And another goal is to have roving bilingual psychologists. We are obligated to meet the needs of our students in their home language when we are testing the little ones that you can see. And sometimes that's difficult because not our psychologists are bilingual. So they're managing their caseload knowing that they need to assess a student in a language that is not, that they're not able to do. So then we have a little waiting list, and that ticker and the dates start, and then we could quickly move into non-compliance because we don't have anyone to do that. So right now we actually use substitutes or retired psychologists to meet this need. So it's just it's a Band-Aid. We're doing it, but there is a more efficient way to do it, and that would only support our families and our students. We also have a curriculum specialist in special services that we would like to have you considered to move the structure into curriculum and instruction. Again, that focus on intervention to be in the tier 1 setting so that it trickles into our tier 2 and tier 3 students. So with that, they're just little tweaks to the structure that is recommended because, again, our population continues to increase, but the services that we have or the people providing services to the sites has not increased. And that is when we could what leads to not providing our best customer service to our community and to our families and our principals that are leading their IEP teams alongside the psychologists. So with that, really, it was a beautiful piggyback from Rhonda to Kristen to bringing it back to what is our end goal. We want our students to thrive. You see it in our LCAP, you see it in the board goals, and most importantly, you see it in the conversations that you have daily, not only with us, but with our community. So ensuring that our students have every potential ability to thrive means adjusting and looking at existing structures that have been in practice for 20 years. And it's different now. Our numbers are different. How we service and how we need to service our students requires that extra level of support that currently we do not have. So it is a recommendation for our proposed structure. What I will do is provide a clean organizational chart in our board update so that you can see it a little clearer and be able to have that in front of you by the end of the week. So with that, we conclude our report and are open for any questions.
I'm like, who has the most questions? Thank you so much for this presentation. Thank you for the breakdown. I'm focusing on the proposed structure of support and special services. And my question is just to clarify in the spirit of full transparency, the position for program specialists that will oversee the grants and the billing and the CYBHI, which we know is the initiative that comes down from the state, that's going to be someone that's going to be accessible for all of our students, gen ed and special ed, not just the gen ed students, the special ed students, right?
Yes, correct. And I think the most interesting, beautiful thing about this, as we know in education, everything just kind of. So right now it is living in pupil services, special services, and in my office. So when we meet and have conversations, it's bringing and in the community schools model. So I do meet when we have these discussions with 3 directors, my SELPA director, my pupil services director, my SFACE director, and myself to make the moves that we need. So currently we do have a program specialist that kind of has been doing it on the side of the responsibilities, and which is the reason why we have it here, but no, kind of going back to the clinicians, that when we have an administrator there, it might not live in special ed, right? It might not be part of, because we know it's part of tier 1, but because of organically where it began and where it started, that's kind of where it's been sitting. But we know that we need to tweak it a bit. So thank you for that clarifying question.
Yeah, no, of course.
And part of the reason, part of the intention is with the billing, with the grant that allows us to do the billing, having the positions based in special services, we spend a lot of money on contracts for wraparound services. My dream, I did it 20 years ago in Northern California, started a wraparound and counseling clinic through the Medi-Cal billing model up there, and it's always been a dream to get back to that. And so it's an intentional plan and a step forwards to be able to provide our own wraparound services to families, and now there's the structure in place again through the state to do the billing to allow us to sustain there. So oftentimes things like that start in special services, but they also support the larger school community as well. But there is a plan that would be able to reduce some of the contracts we have and reduce costs related to the wraparound if we can do the internal part of it.
Perfect, thank you for that. And I appreciate you acknowledging that self-sustaining, right? Because what a beautiful thing to be able to have our own programming and not have to outsource for everything. My other question, comment, wishful thinking is that maybe once we have the program specialist and we're able to really establish these like tier one supports, that might decrease the number of students that are being assessed and funneled into special ed. Because if we can address their services prior to that or to being escalated, what a beautiful thing, right? And we would reduce our numbers, and we would not be flagged as frequently by the state as having this disproportionate number of students getting funneled into special ed every year.
That is definitely the goal of the restructuring plan to move us forward, because we know part of the over-identification is the fact that we don't get to it fast enough.
I have a lot of comments, so I'm going to let you guys speak before I do. Yeah.
Sure. I want to take us back to the slide where that was labeled students with disabilities in ASD, and we were talking about the age at which we identify and the percentage. I wanted to focus on how we are identifying in preschool, TK, and kinder, and you did actually talked about it briefly. I was interested in knowing more about if we have emergent bilingual students, how are we testing them? Are we testing them in English? And if we're testing them in English and not in their home language, obviously we're not going to get good scores. So I want to get some insight on that.
You're correct. That would be a significant concern. So always when children are referred for special education consideration, that information about the language spoken at home and how the parent has identified them during enrollment is taken into consideration during the assessment. There's a variety of different assessment strategies, because there are assessments, especially at the preschool age level, that are developmental. They're not as reliant on language. You can play with a child on the floor to understand that developmental progression. But we have bilingual staff that do participate in the assessment process. That bilingual psychologist position is also one of the supports offered to our ed specialists, our RSP teachers primarily, and that's related to having DLI at every single school across the district has increased the number of academic assessments that really require that academic language from the professional as well in Spanish. And so the position of a psychologist can do academic and do all other kinds of testing as well within their scope, not speech and language or OT, clearly that's different. But the intention of having the psychologist is that flexible support that would support our ed specialists as well, but also provide that overlapping support for psychologists who are not bilingual, where we need to make sure that the assessment we're doing is valid.
Understandable. My next train of thought was, is it illegal to test our students in Spanish or Korean or Mandarin in any other language? Do we, is it institutionalized that a child in preschool, TK, kinder, who is on the radar for being identified as a special education student, we have to test them in English? Or can we actually say, no, look, this family is primary language is X. We're going to test them in that language just to make sure that we're equitable with regards to not judging a child's capabilities because they have a language barrier with English.
Bless you. I think what you're asking, and tell me if I'm not answering what you're asking, but it's always our obligation, because when we're identifying for special education, we have to remember we're identifying a disability. So if you're identifying a disability, you need to be really true to whether it's actually a disability or the byproduct of something else. Like, we wouldn't want to say a child has a speech and language impairment if in fact it's not a disability, it's a language difference. So it's a safeguard that should always be there and always considered. So it's discriminatory not to consider that. Is that what you were asking?
That's answering my question. My main point was, are we labeling kids special education because they don't speak English?
We should absolutely not be doing that.
Right.
I will say with something that's changed a little bit in the dynamics of our community since, because I've been in the district since 2006, because I keep an eye too on how many of the assessments are bilingual, right? Trying to make sure that we have adequate staffing. We do have more families enrolling and identifying as English on the language survey, and then through conversations during the assessment, there's actually more than English spoken at home. I've been asking recently questions related to, well, how do we address that? So the special education team, they look and see in Aries, for example, English only. Parent filled out the enrollment form, it's their choice, it's their right to do that, identifying English, right? So they're identified as English only, they're not taking the LPAC. Then during the course of assessment, if the assessor is hearing, oh, I'm hearing there's another language at home, Their obligation as a special ed assessor is to consider that information, but there might be situations where there would be records that may contradict each other. But my directive to the staff would be absolutely have to consider that. The parent has a right to choose it that way, and that needs to stay. But if you have information that tells you you need to look at the wider picture, we must do that.
Sure, I appreciate that, because I don't know, I as a parent would write English only on my child to avoid putting them in the track of getting stuck in a rut. So
Exactly.
which we've talked about before.
Yeah. Well, and I've been asking that question a lot because I don't want to have a child labeled with a disability if in fact it is partly a product of learning English. And so there are natural lags at time as children are acquiring both languages. And so we just need to make sure we are extremely cautious in checking to make sure that we have an accurate understanding of that child's life and developmental context with, and I wouldn't say like, it's not even necessarily a discussion with a parent in that context because they have a right to choose it and fill it out the way they want. We just have to make sure we're conscious of the full context.
Got it, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for very thorough report. And Kristen, I don't rarely ever get to speak to you. So I know that there are a lot of demands in your job and on your schedule. So I was just curious, because I know that you are outside the district, you have court, you have meetings, you have all kinds of things. And I was just wondering, throughout your week, what percentage would you say that you are, that legitimately, you know, that you are needing to be outside the district, if you don't mind giving me that?
I can't give you a precise number because it varies week to week. So the first week of each month is when I'm at a state SELPA meeting, and so then I'm less frequently in the office. But in all honesty, SELPA Director Kristen does most of her SELPA work outside of Anaheim Elementary work hours. So when I'm here, which is usually, month is 4 weeks, sometimes shorter. The first week, I'm usually SELPA Director Kristen with more attention there, but on email, on phone calls, on chat, sell what I need to, but I'm less accessible here. The rest of the month, I'm here, and SELPA Kristen is at home doing that work at home.
Okay, and I was inquiring because I want to make sure that you have the support also that you need through all the
I appreciate that.
many aspects of what you do. So thank you for the information.
That. Thank you, Jackie.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the introductory part of special education for the community and the board to understand. As you may know, I'm a speech pathologist by trade. I have a postgraduate in ABA. So having over 25 years experience as a speech pathologist and an advocate, as a person with autism myself, and a parent with children with autism, I'm gonna tell you that I'm very disappointed in what the district has done for my child, as well as continue to do for children in special needs. When I hear the report from the State Performance Plan Indicator, the SPPI, you mentioned that there's 2 areas that are of concern that we've been flagged for. First one being LRE, the least restricted environment. So as a state, on average, I want to say maybe around 12% of the state of California. Anaheim Elementary is 20%. So we're looking at kind of about 1 to 10 at the state level versus 1 and 5 at our school district. So that's very disappointing to hear, to say the least. So the reason why I'm in this position is because I wasn't able to advocate for my child when my child was a student at Stoddard Elementary, when you were also still the special ed director. And so I had to run for office to sit in this position to advocate for children like my own and continue to advocate for children in the system. My kids are in college right now, and my kids wonder why I'm in this position. This is why, because the score hasn't changed, it's actually gotten worse. So, had to say that, you know, one of the things I learned at being a board, I mean, I'm a therapist, I shouldn't be in politics, but one of the things I learned is that as I've been sitting on this board so many times, we're always hiring more directors, we're doing more directors, hiring more people. But what about therapists? When I was a speech pathologist, there's no support. When I'm going to the, the teachers association meetings, general ed teachers are coming to me and complaining that they don't have support for the behavioral problems in the class because these kids are not getting identified, that there's delay in the special ed process for an assessment plan. It's a 60-day timeline. There is no excuse. There should be no wait list. That's illegal. So what you guys are doing and what we're doing, that's illegal. We should not be out of compliance. So that is part of IDEA, with part of special ed law. We need to make sure that we do better and that these teachers are getting support. That children needs to be tested when parents are asking for it. Parents have the right to ask for an assessment. We don't need to wait through the process, and that's not okay. The other aspect of it is that as far as special ed teachers are concerned too, and DIS providers and speech pathologists, everybody else, psychologists and such, they need to make sure that, we as a board need to make sure that they're getting compensated, because most of the work that we do are at home, in addition to providing direct care. So I want to make sure that our teachers also know that I want to advocate as a board member to get more people working directly with children, not just getting more directors. So I just want to tell you that I appreciate the preliminary report, but Jesse, all that I requested was not addressed at all. So I requested for numbers about compliance, about fees and fundings and what our parents' complaints. I don't feel that was addressed in this report at all. So I will tell you that I'm very disappointed sitting here, and I want to make sure that our parents know that I'm going to be the biggest advocate to restructure special education.
And Julie, with that, I do want to say that we are also on that same page. We are advocates to restructure special ed because it hasn't been restructured for 15 years, but our data shows otherwise. So this is just the start. When this new cabinet got together, the one thing that we knew is that our special ed needed support. And what that support right away we knew is that a director handling a SELPA hat and a school site and trying to support the 15,000 students that we serve, because when you add preschool there, it's 15,000 students, that we needed 2 hats. Kristen just did share. She does do the SELPA work in the evening and on the weekends, and I can verify that because we're in communication. And compliance starts with being able to look at data instantly and being able to correct and go to the sites. We have instructional assistants. We need to ensure that the goals that our students are meeting are being active in the classroom and they're visible. A director will help support that, being able to visit, have conversations with administrators and start. This is a tiny little pebble to where we need to go. And it's a start because we were able to have a study that just said, look at just a basic black and white answer, look at where you've started for the past 3 studies and where you are still in the supports that we provide our 23 administrators, our 23 cost teams, and our 15,000 parents and students to begin to make a change, to advocate and thrive together. So we'll continue to work together, but the one common goal that we do share is that we want our students to succeed. So that I promise you that the team wants students to succeed, and structures, we will work on it, but it's just a beginning.
Well, I appreciate it. I know the job that Kristen has is very difficult, and it's not what one person can do. What I was hoping for is that because she's been in this position for so long, she should have asked for more support and asked for help and get the support system in place. So what I'm saying is that when the SPPI review shows that the student achievement is low, that is unacceptable, because children with disability should have access to education, to curriculum, to communication, and be fully included. And so I appreciate that this board is making sure that we watch closely what becomes of the special ed program, but I do need to make sure that we're in compliance and that special ed timeline is met, because that is the law and that is a right. For me, I'm an IE assessor. I do the independent education evaluation as a speech pathologist. Rather than doing that, I decided to be a board member because I believe I can make more systemic changes and that it can affect more children instead of hitting one case at a time. So I want to make sure that you both know that I am your partner in this and that I will continue to be very critical in the process, but also making sure that there's that oversight to ensure that there is improvement, and that hopefully, if you, with working with you, that we can hold together either a town hall or some kind of meeting, and actually dialogue, or even do a survey with parents on their satisfaction with special ed, and giving them the ability to openly tell you what is wrong, whether it's a timeline issue, whether they're not getting enough speech therapy services, whether they're having a hard time advocating for more services, whether their child's still nonverbal. The only reason I have a nonprofit, because there's a lot of families that are not getting the basic education and basic access, and I want to make sure that in this position that I make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will continue to work together. I do want to share something simple with like the least restrictive.
Dr. Moreno, let me just add something.
Go ahead.
Trustee Yep, I understand you want certain information and you requested that, right? But we can tell you that special ed has not been something that has come to the board in terms of presentations. We didn't want to come and provide you a multitude of all kinds of information in one meeting. Our intent is throughout the various board meetings to bring more information to you. Today was the background, where we are, what is the work that gets done. Then another presentation to you just based on the services we provide. Another presentation in terms of, you know, when parents request, you know, in terms of an assessment, what do we do, what is the process, what are we seeing? Because we want to make sure that every board member understands all the complexities of special ed, and not just come one board meeting and just drop everything on the board, right? So you and I have had a conversation, and I said it's a process and we will get there. Today was more, this is where we see. They didn't share in terms of the various studies that have been conducted. That's another conversation that we'll have with the board. And actually, I would recommend to the board, we have a couple of days for board study sessions. Maybe one of those is just focused on special ed, which is a whole conversation by bringing a couple of experts, staff, in board, in open, having a conversation in terms of where we are, where we want to go in terms of district, in supporting our families when it comes to special ed.
I think it would be helpful for the community to see more about the SPBI report and what the state says about our performance, and as far as how we serve children within the special ed. Thank you.
And I just want to share, just in the last 3 weeks, how we continue to focus on least restrictive environment. We have conversations with our principals during our principal PLCs. The last 2 days, conference days, our music teachers worked with a special ed professional to support our music teachers with inclusive practices for our students to attend music with their gen ed peers. So there's little tweaks that we're doing. We have teacher meetups, that is new. You've seen it in your board memos, where Katie Zuniga, one of our program specialists, just last week presented to our gen ed teachers on how to read an IEP and know that the goals are being met, so that we can focus on things like this. Again, there's little pebbles that we're dropping each and every week to educate our 800 general education teachers on what their piece is to meet this goal. So it is a collaborative effort, and we truly do need the support of the board as we make decisions in unison and collaboration, because Cabinet is all on board, educational services are on board, our principals, our teachers, all our admin, our cost teams, we all know that we need to continue to work together to meet these goals. And that is truly the purpose of, as our superintendent shared, to build a little bit of background to continue to move us forward. Because in my conversations with Kristen, she hadn't presented to the board in the last 10 years.
2015.
Since 2015. So that alone shares we do have that due diligence and want our students to thrive, but it begins with small steps to move forward. So we're excited to work together.
Sure, I think the bottom line, and I think everyone's here to support students and the programming, the bottom line is that we need to grow how special ed has grown. We haven't caught up to providing what we need to provide, staffing the way that we need to staff to adequately service our kids. We've been doing the best we can with what we have, and now we brought to light things we can bring in to help us move forward. So thank you for all the work you do.
If I can just, I'm sorry, if I can just add one more, I just want to make sure our families know too, especially our families who have children in special education. The purpose of special education is to provide the accommodation for our children to succeed, but to remind them that the goal of special education is for us to reduce the LRE so they can be mainstreamed, they can be with their typical peers, and be able to be fully integrated in the general education. The goal is for them to no longer need special education. So I hope that in future reports, and obviously not till years down the line, but for us to see that there's more students in pre-K, but it reduces by the time they get to 6th grade. So let's work together. I want you to continue to see us as me as a partner, because that's who we are. But I want to know that we're brave enough and strong enough to look at ourselves and reflect and see areas that we need to improve. Are the staff amazing? I'm sure they are. Has Kristen done a lot of work, and outside of what she's allocated and paid for, I'm sure you have done an amazing job. But it's not enough for one. It's not one person cannot do that. So we recognize that, Kristen. So we know you do need a team to support you. But again, as a parent and as an advocate, we want to make sure that we also think about funding more direct providers and more aids and more supports, and again, making sure that our teachers and special ed providers get that support for all the extra work they do to make sure that these kids get the services they need.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Just to say that I'd like to say that I really do appreciate this conversation. We are getting started, but I appreciate all views and all parts. I think that sometimes the hard or the more difficult conversations are the most productive because it all comes out. And so I just want to say I'm very glad that we are here now, that you are presenting, because you're right, you haven't been before us, and we're starting there, and all parts of this are very, very important. So thank you for board comments, thank you for your responses, and all of the information that you gave us, and Jesse for clarifying, because all of it comes together to kind of move us forward together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. Items listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and are acted on by the board in one motion. There is no discussion of these items unless a member of the board, staff, or the public requests specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Are there any items to be pulled at this time, trustees? Okay, none. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as it stands?
So moved.
Moved by Ruelas.
Second.
Second, A. Alvarez. Okay, any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion, any opposed? Okay, abstentions? No? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Moving on. We have to be done by 10. Yeah. Or extend. So if we get to like 9:50ish, we'll talk about it. Yeah. All right, moving on to the action calendar, Superintendent's Office. It's recommended the Board of Education receive for first reading revisions to the following board policy. Board Policy 5030, Student Wellness. Do I have a motion? Motion by Ruelas.
Second.
Second, Philbeck. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. It's recommended that the board adopt resolution number 202526-/12 designating the week of November 3rd to 7th, 2025 as National School Psychology Awareness Week throughout the Anaheim Elementary School District.
So moved.
Moved by A. Alvarez.
Second.
Second by, I'll give that to Yip. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. And we have a statement from Superintendent Chavarria.
Yes, I wanted to speak to the following action items. So as the board knows, the statute governing board member compensation in California is Education Code 35120C. And this code stipulates that if a board member payment for an absence is not automatic, is or discretionary. It requires a formal resolution by which the board finds that the absence satisfies one of the authorized bases. And the bases are that the board member is performing district service on behalf of the board, that you were ill, that you were at jury duty, or it was a hardship, right? So we know we talked about Board Bylaw 9250, potentially looking at that, how we could revise it, but based on this California Education Code, your board bylaw can never be revised in terms of the resolution that is required. So tonight, what I'm asking the board to do is to ratify a resolution for the absences that would happen in the past. But I want to make sure that people know that adopting a ratifying resolution for past board member absences is not an ad hoc workaround. It is a recognized mechanism when the authority was present all along, but the formal step was missed. So we missed that step. So today, as you take action on all the different action items here, I just want to state, so that we don't go item by item, that all the absences I have confirmed with each board member. All of these absences meet the basis that I stipulated earlier, which means they were either district service, an illness, jury duty, or a hardship. I know I talked to Board Trustee Ruelas, and there is one absence, the one from June 26, 2024. He said that one does not qualify under those bases. We will work with Trustee Ruelas in terms of reimbursement to the district, but all the other board members have confirmed with me that they fall within the basis. So when you do take the action, we do ask that the board member being taken the action on to abstain, because it's up to the other board members to approve that resolution.
Any questions about the process? No? Okay, all right, let's move on to the first one.
One question.
Yeah.
We abstain, but are we allowed to?
You abstain for your own.
For our own, but are we still allowed to make a comment?
If you would like to
Okay,
make a
okay.
comment, you're welcome to
Okay.
make a comment, under comment when you're taking the action. Yeah.
Clarifying question in regards to moving forward. With certain things, like I've noticed that on some of these dates that are there, those happen to be before we went to once a month meetings, and some of them actually are on 2. So the one that more or less I'm looking at were June 26th of 2024. There was 2 meetings that month. Is that going to be half payment?
That is correct.
Okay.
Because that's what the Ed Code stipulates,
Just
that
clarifying.
if there's whatever the typical payment would be for that month, it gets divided based on the number of meetings, yes.
Okay, no worries.
One more question.
Go for it.
And this, because we used to do the, I always say it wrong, remuneration. Okay. That stopped with, it's when COVID hit, or the pandemic hit, that stopped, correct? Is that the time frame?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so for whatever reason, it stopped. But moving forward, after you take this action and all the different past absences, moving forward, we will be bringing a
We're back on track.
remuneration
The resolution's
resolution,
back
yes.
every
The
time
record,
you-
Yes.
okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. All right. It's recommended the governing board adopt resolution number 202526/16 ratifying compensation for the absences of Ryan A. Ruelas from meetings occurring on May 14th, 2025, June 26th, 2024, September 11th, 2024, April 27th, 2022, June 22nd, 2022, November 9th, 2022, and September 22nd, 2021. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Sorry, with the exception of June 26, 2024. So moved by A. Alvarez,
Second.
second Philbick. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed? Abstentions?
Abstention.
Okay, motion carries 4-0-1. I guess that's the correct way to say it? Okay. All right, and Jesse, you have something? Oh, no, you already confirmed all of them, right? Okay. All right, so it's recommended the governing board adopt resolution number 2025-26/17, ratifying compensation for the absences of Juan G. Alvarez from meetings occurring on November 13th, 2024, November 9th, 2022, and February 10th, 2021.
So moved.
Moved by Ruelas,
Second.
second by Yip. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? And I abstain. Okay, so motion passes 4-0-1. Okay. It's recommended the board, that the governing board adopt resolution number 2025-26/18 ratifying compensation for the absences of Dr. Jose Paulo Macales from meetings occurring on February 9th, 2022, August 17th, 2022, May 26th, 2021, and June 23rd, 2021. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Morales.
Second.
Second by A. Alvarez. Do we have any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. It's recommended the governing board adopt resolution number 2025-26/19 ratifying compensation for the absences of Jackie Philbick from a meeting occurring on October 9th, 2024. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Morales.
Second.
Second, Yep. Any discussion?
I just like to, my qualifying reason was that I tested positive for COVID that day. That's
Thank
why
you.
it falls under, I just wanted to, transparency.
Sure, no problem. Okay, any other comments? Okay. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstention?
I'll abstain.
One abstention, so motion carries 4-0-1. All right. It's recommended the governing board adopt resolution number 2025-26/20 ratifying compensation for the absences of Julie Yip from meetings occurring on March 12, 2025 and June 18, 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved Philbeck.
Second.
Second Ruelas. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, motion carries 4-0-1. Okay, moving on. Educational services, there are no items. SELPA, no items. Human resources. It's recommended the Board of Education approve the new job description and recruitment for the community schools administrator. This position will be placed on range 15 of the certificated management salary schedule based on 222 days. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Philbeck.
Second.
Second by Yip. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. It's recommended the Board of Education approve the appointment of applicant number 100820025-01 to the position of Coordinator of Assessment, Translation, and Accountability effective October 9, 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by A. Alvarez.
Second.
Second, Yip. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Dina?
Congratulations to Leisha Morton. This is Leisha's 33rd year with the Anaheim Elementary School District. She has served as a classroom teacher, literacy coach, and in various curriculum specialist capacities, currently in the Department of Assessment, Translation, and Accountability. Congratulations to Leisha Morton as she begins in her new position as Coordinator of Assessment, Translation, and Accountability.
Thank you. All right, no items for administrative services or governance. Moving on to board discussion. Board members' activities related to school business, starting with Trustee Alvarez.
Good evening, everybody. So I just want to start off just mentioning a couple of things. Right after our last board meeting, I had the opportunity of attending the California Latino School Board Association conference. And my biggest takeaway from that was really learning the value of having a board that is fiscally responsible in the best interest of our students and staff. I heard a case study of a school district who was not so fortunate, and I hope that we can always work together and be respectful and mindful of each other's opinions and positions so that we don't end up in that position. So really glad that I was able to hear that, and really, again, I really appreciate and value the board and how we work together along with our cabinet as well. I want to say that I was also able to attend the groundbreaking ceremony at Patrick Henry. As an alumni at Patrick Henry, it was a really full circle moment, and I'm really glad that I didn't have to speak because I don't know that I would have been able to get through it without being super emotional about it. It took me back to being at Patrick Henry from kindergarten through 6th grade, and all the firsts that I got to experience there, and one of those being the first time that I had a teacher who looked like me, who sounded like my parents, who reflected my family, and Ms. Negretti, rest in peace. She was a wonderful woman, and being there reminded me of that, and how special that was, and how instrumental that was for in instilling the love and education in me and where I'm at, and getting me to where I'm at today. So really excited to be able to pass the torch to the new generations of students who will experience all these same firsts, and see themselves reflected in the teachers and faculty that will be at Patrick Henry going forward. Moving on from that very emotional moment before I start the loud works, going on to professional development. And I just want to say, someone told me to be myself, and I felt like that was a space that I could be myself. It felt really safe. I don't remember a lot about going through grad school because, let's be honest, it was all a blur, and I probably read this much of all the articles I had to read. But I do remember that one quote by Yuri Breffenbrenner that talks about that all students need is that one solid adult in their life to be able to move past, get through their trauma, move past, build that resiliency. And I want to say what an honor it is to be that for a student and for all of our staff and our educators that get to be that one person, right? It's an honor that I don't take lightly in my life role, and I want to let our staff know, from our custodians to our bus drivers to our librarians, everyone makes a difference and has the ability to make that difference for a child. So thank you for that and for showing up every single day. And then as Superintendent Chavarria mentioned, reminder to take care of yourself, whatever that looks like, right? If it means that you are doing carpool karaoke in your car, which I likely am every single day, which is why I know every single song. Or if you're taking a quick walk during a break that you have, but please take care of yourself, and please let us know how we can continue to support you in your ability to take care of yourself on a day-to-day basis. I just, again, want to give a huge shout out to our AOSEF foundation that really supported all of our students. And again, a huge thank you to our facilities and maintenance operations and our DES department for all that they do to keep our schools functioning on a day-to-day basis. And that concludes my board report.
Thank you, Trustee Yip.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you, everyone. It's an honor to sit here in this position and to work with an amazing cabinet and the staff. I know, October is Halloween, but, as you guys go shopping, you can see Christmas things are already out. So, but I just want to remind you that, dialogue and conversation, sometimes it is scary to have an honest and open dialogue and be able to express yourself. But I am appreciative that we are respectful and that we appreciate each other and know that all of us are working and doing our best to serve our students and our families. And, at the board report, I'm always envious of Jackie because she does so much. And I get to go to a couple events this month, so I actually can report. But, to be able to go to Patrick Henry and to hear Juan speak and Alva talk about, that's where they grew up, it was very emotional. But to see that the community showing up was very just gratifying. It was just only standing room. We didn't have enough seats for everybody, and so that's just amazing. Matt, thank you so much for all you do. The staff for putting the event together. Belinda, thank you so much for the video you did for staff development. I mean, it was so enjoyable. I mean, for those, some of us are really good at dancing like Awa, and some of us who weren't, and some of those videos where no one was really moving, it was just so enjoyable to see the spectrum of abilities of dance and songs and singing and dancing. But Jesse, it was amazing for you to be able to show that appreciation. I think everybody in that room were on their feet because they appreciate all the hard work that you do. We want to continue to support each other and make sure that this is going to be, that continues to be the best school district. So I'm honored to be a part of this amazing team. Just want to make sure that our families know that, October is not just Halloween. There's so many things. But, I want to make sure that we do take this time to appreciate all of our principals, because leadership really matters. When Jesse, when I was new to the board, I was able to visit a couple of sites, and when you meet the principal, you can see the culture of the school. You can see that. So I would tell you, please celebrate all your principals, all the amazing things that you guys do in your day job. But also, everyone who touched all the lives of the students, because we might be the only smile that they see, and we might be the hope that they still grasp onto. So, kudos to all of our principals and everybody who do all the amazing work, our staff at ASD. And then as far as our students, pat yourself on the back, because this is amazing. You know, one of the things that you guys heard last board meeting, I got really emotional about, because, you know, talking about grief, but also talking about domestic violence. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And a lot of times people don't talk about it, and I didn't know I was even going through it, because it kind of sneaks on you, because you don't know that you're even being in an abusive relationship. But it's so important for us to know that 1 in 4 women experience this, and about 1 in 4 men experience that. That means that many of our students, our families are impacted. And so when the students come here, this might be their safe space. And so please continue to support our students, because the relationship, the family life at home can impact their attendance, their ability to learn, and, you know, and to thrive. So thank you so much for all you guys do, and I'm glad to be part of this team.
Thank you, Trustee Willis.
All right. On September 11th, I went and met with Belinda Gordillo and her team of who was with us? Daryl over at good old Juarez, and we had a great time. Honestly, it was in the morning, but we had a great time filming. I love the questions that were posed. We had a great photo shoot, and it was perfect with the students that were there, excited, and it was good. So it was a great way, really, to start the first day after our board meeting on the 10th. So it was awesome. Then later that day, I went ahead and headed south to the Chicano Latino School Board Association conference in San Diego. The conference itself was legit. The sessions themselves were very, very informative. You know, a common theme as well that I heard throughout was, you know, and it did get kind of depressing, is they address a lot of the terrible situations that are taking place at the school sites. And as a matter of fact, that's how they kicked it off. The superintendent of San Diego was there talking about a horrible event that took place at one of her elementary schools, right in front of all the students as the dad just dropped off the child. So it was very depressing and pretty sad that this is the world that we're living in, that this is the United States. It's horrific that we have to fear, you know, being pulled over or arrested or detained just because of the color of our skin. That's pretty shameful. But on a highlight, we did get a Unity Award at the CSLBA meeting or event, which was fantastic. It was the Unity Award for the official title. For what? So for just being awesome overall, we're very happy about that. So thank you very much, Executive Director Paul Solano and all his amazing team. As I said, it was a great conference. The food was delicious. Networking, of course, I have to mention the food. The networking was fantastic. But the outings themselves were also great. It was really cool going out and just networking, talking with a bunch of people. And once again, did I mention the food was excellent? Probably the best food I've had at a conference. On the 25th of September, I went on the 1st of October, I went to Key Elementary, and I met with the second year induction teachers and their support providers, and it was awesome. I was super stoked to meet with this group of educators in particular because of the fact I wasn't able to attend their kickoff in the beginning of the school year, and I was so disappointed about that, that I couldn't attend. Our assistant superintendent, Dina, and her team know how much I appreciate our induction program, being the former chair of the Credentialing and Professional Development for CTA, State Council. I have harassed her ever since I joined the board about our induction program, and it's always been fantastic and whatnot, and it just keeps getting better and better. And shout out to our amazing superintendent, Chavarria. So I'm giving you a shout out, so pay attention to me. Basically, my principal over at my junior high school that I work at, Dr. Sasai, went to an event over that is at Cypress College. It's the Family Summit, and it's part of the educational pledge. And she came back super energized, like to the point where my colleagues, my teachers, et cetera, were like, who's this Jesse guy? I heard that you were fantastic and you gave the best speech there that really energized everyone. So I was super proud. I was like bragging. I was like, this is the superintendent of Anaheim Elementary, hopefully our kids are going to come over here for the Korean dual language program, because that is where the Korean dual language program is at Walker. And then last but not least, I was able to, being on the board for a long time and also living in Anaheim and being raised here and still having friends that I've had forever. It is one of these things where I'm lucky that I'm able to really build relationships and have a great time with different leaders and et cetera. And one group of individuals that, I'm very thankful for include a lot of the leaders, people that we have in our ASMA, that are part of ASMA, which is our leadership, our principals, our assistant principals, the coordinators and directors. And it's been great. I was very excited. I've had a couple dinner, of course, meetings with them, chatting. It all revolves around the food. Do you see a common theme here? And it was great. I wanted to talk to them about how is everything going, how is everything at your school site, what's going on, and everybody has been very, very supportive of Superintendent Chavarria and your cabinet, the district, even the district personnel here. I was like, no, tell me what's really going on. They were happy, so that makes me happy. So I'm excited. So what I did follow it up with, though, is I said, hey, if you're so happy, why aren't you coming through and expressing these to us and on a regular basis? Mr. Modi has no problem coming up and speaking and whatnot, and I love that. And so why aren't you, Asma, coming up and speaking? And I get it. They're in a little different ballgame. But one thing they did express was a hesitation because they are a little fearful here and there of retaliation from the board if they say something that we don't like. And I would like to assure them that that wouldn't be the case. But, like I said, we did hear tonight how we got talk out of two ends of her mouth. So with that concludes my report.
Thank you, Clerk Philbrook.
Thank you, Trustee Yip, for bringing a little Halloween fun to us this evening. Appreciate it. And I'm going to power through this so that we can make our time frame. I did attend the Patrick Henry groundbreaking. It was just great. It was well attended, put together very, very, it was great. The student performers and the speakers. And in case you haven't heard, which you probably all have heard, that we found the fossil, a fossil, is that the correct way so if you don't know about it, ask about it because it's pretty exciting. It's a big one. It's a, what is it? Mastodon. Okay, and so I've heard between 10,000 years and 100,000 years. That's a pretty big spread. That's a big window, but you know what? We're really excited about that. So also, I did attend the Roosevelt Mid-Autumn Festival. It was really cute too, the kids. I mean, there's just so much cuteness there, you can hardly stand it, but it was really put together well, and different stations we went to, and I did some signage and really enjoyed myself. The Jefferson Family Night was great. The Korean Thanksgiving, I believe, is what that actually was, and it was super well attended. Lots of the what do you call, correct me please, the drummers, the ones that, you were there. Yeah, that do the kids that do the drums, and they performed. It was just really great. So I appreciate all that goes into these, at these school sites, these things that bring the parents in and bring the community in. The professional development, I attended that and enjoyed it. Thank you, Daryl and Belinda, for the cute videos that you put together. And I just really thought the convention center was a good space. That was a great space for us this year, and I have been asked if we could possibly put out for feedback, an opportunity for feedback, and I like to do that. National Principals Month, thank you to all of you, thank you to our custodians, and also just a small shout out to Mr. Esping from the amphitheater at Ball Junior High was renamed for him. I went to this. And I'm mentioning it because there was a lot of us there that were also Anaheim Elementary or Anaheim City School District alumni. And then we went on through Ball. And they named it the Alden Esping Activities and Performing Arts Stage. So kudos, Mr. E. He was my leadership teacher. And that will conclude my comments. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. Just quick comments from me so we can get out of here before 10. I did go to Henry groundbreaking, and most of you know that's my immediate neighborhood where I live, so I'm really proud of seeing that development come to life. In particular, just knowing that families like the ones I grew up with, my family, are the ones who are going to be benefiting from the space that they truly deserve. Every one of our families deserves to have top-notch quality educational institutions, so really excited about that. As I see things coming in and out of the dirt there, it just like brings me a lot of joy to see it happening. So we've got to keep that going. I want to thank everyone who kind of played a role in getting that together. I know some of our partners even like pitched in to make the event happen. So thank you to everyone who does work behind the scenes, the teachers that prepare all the kids to sing songs and dance. I know it's a lot of work, so we really appreciate bringing a show to life for the community. It truly was packed, so it was really good to see that our families are appreciative of the work that we're doing on their behalf. I really appreciated going to the Professional Development Day, even though it's only for a little while. Thank you for letting me address the staff. I felt the energy there. I really am so proud of our staff for all they do, all they invest in our kids. And so I just couldn't be more prouder to lead a district like this one. So just let's keep it going. Yeah, I agree with Trustee Philbick. If we can get feedback to the staff so they can just let us know how they felt about how that went, that'd be great. Other than that concludes my report. Have a great October. Have a happy Halloween. Safe Halloween, okay? Yeah, anything else? Oh, and there's a Dia de los Muertos event in Anaheim on October 24th on Friday. Go to that. Okay, so moving on to suggested future agenda items. None? Okay. All right, moving
I
to...
do.
Okay, go ahead.
Once again, I'm bringing forward for consideration the extension of Superintendent Chavarria's contract for 1 more year, as well as that of his cabinet. Our community, from parents to the parents of some of our representatives of the largest union that we have here in AEA, are requesting this action as well. If we're planning on not renewing his contract, then fine, let's just be transparent about it and make it clear and not string him and his cabinet along. I think that is the only thing that we can do that is respectful of them and all the hard work that they have given to our district. And like I said, whether it's good or bad, a renewal or non-renewal, it is what it is, and we need to move forward. I just don't think it's fair for anybody.
Sure,
especially our stakeholders.
Just let you know, it's on its way. You know it is, and there's reasons why we can't talk about it. So let's move on with it. It's coming.
I would just like to say there's a process in place, and it's connected to a time frame, and it will hit the agenda.
I would appreciate not making assumptions about things.
Yes, it will hit the agenda in the proper time, and we are on that path. So, but it is, it's connected to a process that is connected to specific time frames, and everybody knows that.
But it's coming. Thank you. I appreciate your patience. We can't. Okay, so I adjourned the meeting at 9:54 p.m. Next meeting is Wednesday, November 12th. We can talk outside the meeting.
Here you go.